to the ring. Choose your fighter. Rob!
Hello, guys, and welcome back to EGFC Season 2. I believe we're already in our third week, and today we're going to be opening off with Manhattan College going up against DePaul University. Wait, I think we're Marist College, Niagara University.
Yeah, Marist Niagara.
Marist Niagara, right. So, guys, for those of you guys that don't know, this is the EGF Collegiate League for Super Smash Bros. So, essentially, every single week, you'll have two schools going head-to-head with a team of 5 going up against each other in a modified crew battle format, which differs a little bit from a regular crew battle, which we will get into. If you aren't following already, please make sure to do so. I am joined today by my amazing Poggers co-caster, South Beach. How's your day today, man? What's happening with you? What's going on with you?
Not much, Dara. Just chilling here. I'm casting from the Midwest, where like blackouts are just rolling out because of like negative degree weather and all that. But other than that, doing pretty good myself. So hopefully I don't randomly black out and just shut out of the stream. But I mean, I'm here. I'm ready to watch some Smash. I can't wait to see Marist and Niagara just go head to head against each other. Can't wait to see what characters they use today. It's going to be exciting to see this matchup.
Yeah. Guys, stay safe out there. Like, I have plenty of friends like around Texas, and they haven't had power in days, and it's difficult out there. So stay warm, do what you have to do, and reach out to whoever can support you in the moment, because it sounds like it's definitely not going too well.
Exactly.
Down there.
Yeah.
Tough times, man.
Exactly. Always drive safe in snow, I'll tell you that much, because literally, if you know anything about the Midwest, we don't have the best drivers. Everyone likes to be reckless and all that. I'm from Kansas myself, so Wichita represent, but I mean, you just gotta drive safe out there. But other than that, go home safe, conserve energy as best you can. I am not, obviously, because I got my computer enlightened and whatnot, but I don't care, because I want to watch some Smash.
Hell yeah, I'm quite inclined to agree. And guys, for those of you guys that aren't doing so already, you should also be following our lovely stream producer for today, House of 3000, today run by Dill. So if you aren't following them already, you can find them on Twitch, on Twitter at House of 3000. They're the premier tri-state and New York broadcasting organization, bringing you really nice streams like these. And every single Wednesday, they also have a Wi-Fi weekly. And then if you do feel so inclined, you can follow my lovely co-caster, South Beach. I was pointing the wrong direction, at Harrison Hill on Twitter. And you can also follow me at Darren Garlia. And with that being said, we're going to be jumping into the first match of today. It's going to be Dark Cat from Niagara University playing Dark Samus, going up against Rograt from from Marist College. Now, these are the two players that we've seen quite often, and right off the bat, this seems like the kind of a matchup where Greninja just sort of smothers and doesn't give Dark Samus like a lot of space.
Exactly. I think Greninja's more of a close-range combat character opposed to Samus's long-range attacks. And something that Greninja has is that he is more faster than Dark Samus, but obviously Dark Samus has the heavier, what do you call it? The heavier factor against him. So this is going to be an interesting match.
She's going to have definitely a bit more survivability. So it's just going to be up to Rograt to be able to hit those kill confirms. But right now, Dark Cat's option coverage is so good, catching all of these dashes from Rograt. Rograt's going to have to space themselves a little bit more effectively, position themselves to be able to dash shield a lot of these projectiles, because at this point they're just kind of running into it. Dark Cat is taking note of it, but unfortunately messes up the universe. Not entirely sure that they wanted to shoot in the opposite direction, and there it is. That's going to be the kill. Rograt, the first one to be able to take that stock. So Dark Cat at this point just has to find a way to cut this bleeding and minimize any kind of extra credit Greninja could put on.
Exactly, and that was impressive from Marist, because Greninja, when he took out that stock, he was at 155%. Obviously, we just saw that KO coming in at 180. To Dark Samus, I don't think Dark Samus was even at the 100% mark yet, which I could be wrong. I could have just missed something, but right now it's looking good for Marist, because they're using the close range attack and then able to dodge all of Dark Samus's projectiles. So this is, if I'm Niagara University, I gotta find a way to get away from Greninja's close range attacks, and then...
And right now we're seeing Dark Cat do exactly that, trying to build some space with the Zero. I really like the idea, but the issue is they've started to fall a little bit into a rhythm. Rograt was able to catch on, dash under the Zero itself, and be able to get a couple of hits, a couple of multi-hits from Dark Cat actually connecting, forcing Rograt back into the corner. Right now, Dark Cat just taking a couple of moments to charge up their charge shot again, while Rograt is not necessarily holding forward as much.
Exactly. We're seeing a lot of missed projectiles from Dark Cat, and that's going to be another stock right there. And now Marist is really in control of this game right now, but a lot of missed projectiles from Niagara. They need to land all those neutral specials, and then those missiles, and even the whip, because that whip from Samus is really, really deadly to use. So if I'm Niagara, you gotta really take advantage of your weapons right there and take advantage of the range you got.
Ooh, and an excellent jab lock setup from Rograt, and right now this is definitely his ledge trap to take, just controlling the stage so well, but unfortunately not accounting for Dark Samus's drift. They're not able to cover the jump. We're seeing Dark Cat get back onto the stage, and right now they're just trying to get something started, trying to call out a short hop maybe with some of these errors, but none of them are connecting. A good aggressive option from the ledge, catching the jump, and right now it just seems like Dark Cat has not completely adapted to the way that Rograt wants to be jumping in. Rograt's whenever Dark Cat is covering the ground, we see Rograt jumping in. Whenever Dark Cat is trying to go for the jump read, you start to see him dash in. And an excellent catch on the landing with an up smash. That's not a move that you see, that's not a move that you see function often. Up smash more often than not, it's just kind of you kind of fall out of it. But good stuff to Rograt to be able to clutch out that first game.
It's definitely a hard move to land, just like you said, and it was perfect timing from Rograt for, what's his name, Dark Cat, to just land right on there to just finish the game. And really well done from Rograt, because he's been in high percentages all this entire game, and yet he was able to just toughen it out. Because Greninja, he's not even a heavy character. He's a pretty light character. He's not the easiest to KO, but he's pretty easy to KO if you're at that high percentage. So Dark Cat, if I'm Dark Cat, you gotta really finish your moves once Greninja's in the 100% mark, because Samus is kind of a heavy character. You can definitely land a big hit on him.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gograt, they definitely had their confirms. As soon as they were able to get those dash attacks, they got those down tilts, and they were able to close out their stocks. While I think a huge difference for the Darkcat was that they struggled a little bit more to be able to clean those up. They tried to go for like a lot more scattered projectile hits, which are fine, but the issue is they didn't capitalize enough on like the way that Gograt would move around it, right? So the intention isn't always to necessarily hit the projectile, but it's to see how your opponent is going to jump around it. Are they going to shield it? Are they going to try to roll behind it? And if so, can you try to catch on to that option and punish them for it? Because at the end of the day, like most people sort of devolve into like the same 2 or 3 options in terms of how they respond to projectiles.
Exactly. It's really tough to read characters like Greninja. You see a lot of Greninja using the neutral special, the Water Shuriken. I know there's probably another Pokemon name for that. I
Nope, you got it. That's it.
Oh, Water Shuriken. Hey,
yep.
There you go. I can't believe I got it.
There's some moves in the game that are like, yeah, you wouldn't be able to guess this one even if you tried. But Water Shuriken is it's exactly as it says on the tin. And now we're actually going to be seeing the double kill switch. And I have no idea who is who yet. Game & Watch and Link.
I believe it's Rugrat that's Game & Watch.
Yeah.
Yep. And then what's his name? Darkcat is Link. And this is going to be an interesting matchup because, Game & Watch is actually a really good character to not take for granted. He's kind of considered as a meme character, kind of guys like Rob, but even though those meme characters are considered that, they're still pretty good. At least the people I know call it a meme character.
Okay. Right now, Darkcat, both of them are just kind of scrapping a little bit, trying to swing a little bit. The biggest thing that Gograt has to look out for is, how can I make sure Link doesn't get away with hitting my shield, right? Because what what Link can really exploit is the fact that he can land relatively safely with something like Neutralize, and Gograt would be able to easily punish that. But that being said, Darkcat, no means of recovery, burning all of the resources so early, and Gograt not actually accounting for all the shield pushback. Should have gone through like a dash grab out of a shield, but standing grab won't be able to do it.
Exactly, and Rugrat took really good advantage of the edge right there, not even letting Link get a chance to recover. He had like gotten on the stage for like a second, and then Rugrat was able to just get him off stage, not letting him recover. Just excellent work by Rugrat controlling the ledge.
And right now, Gograt is just looking to get something started. Again, tries to go through the forward into the grab, but unfortunately not having enough shield stem to do it. Gets the whiff punish on the down air with the down smash into an F smash. Really, really good damage. And right now, just having so much momentum, keeping Darkcat in the corner, still being able to cover the goal. But fortunately for Darkcat, none of the berry hits actually connected, only sending him out.
Exactly, and we see right there an excellent almost spike that almost happened, but able to get that next stock, and it's just a 3-1 lead for Rugrat. Darkcat has, as Link, you got many options for projectiles, and we see him try to use it. He's just not landing hits, and we saw that with Dark Samus the last game too. Many projectiles, but not able to land hits. So you got to find a way to get close if those projectiles aren't working well. Use your bomb a lot, just like we saw just now. You really need
right
to
now, like the biggest issue, Darkcat is leaving themselves so vulnerable with some of these commitments, F smashing shields and whiffing up Bs in such a vulnerable position. Right now, Rugrat wanted to go through the grounded read, was not able to find the down smash, tries to go through the dash grab, and Darkcat gets the whiff punish, tries to go through an up air, maybe as a call out on a mashed aerial, but not able to find it quite yet.
Exactly. Hasn't even gotten Rugrat to 100%. Now he has. I just totally a little color jinx cast right there. But like, if I'm Darkcat, you gotta stay in the middle ground. And I've said if I'm Darkcat several hundred times already. But there's just a lot of things you gotta do if you're Darkcat. Right now, Rugrat is controlling the edges very well. And right here, this could be the game, because Rugrat's just really good at controlling the edge. So stick to the middle ground, even try to get close. Not gonna happen.
Unfortunately, facing the wrong direction. And a really good whiff punish, a good call out from Rugrat. And that's gonna be a 3-stock. That's gonna be a whole bunch of points going to Marist College for that game. So we'll get into like the point breakdown in just a little bit, but like the biggest issue, like again, like Darkcat was like committing to like a lot of really slow buttons at an unsafe distance. So like, whiffing a down smash like that just gives Game & Watch a lot of time to be able to get in, to be able to get a little bit closer, and then instead of going for, something quick, maybe something to escape with, we just saw Darkcat press another button, leaving themselves so vulnerable. So good capitalization from Gograt. That's going to be 7 points. And so basically, how the points do end up functioning is for every stock that you take, for every stock that you're left with in a game that you win, that is going to be 1 point for your school. And then if you win the set, that's going to be 2 points. So in the first game, Gograt was left with 2 stocks. In this one, he was left with 3, so that's going to be 5 points. And because he won the set, that's going to be 7 points to Marist College. Gograt looked so comfortable with that. And more than anything, just like caught a lot of Darkcat's commitments. Waited, saw the slow button come out, and was able to either get an out of shield punish or go with punish on it. And just found a lot of those kills. While Darkcat, for the most part, wasn't able to secure them as quickly.
Exactly, and now Niagara's in a big hole with 7-0 lead with Marist. So if I'm Niagara, you gotta just land hits. That hasn't really been happening. Like at the final stock that he had, he only got about 15 to 20% damage on him between, I believe it was between the second and third stock, because he went from 70, I can't remember the exact percentage name, but he wasn't landing hits very well. So you gotta find a way to just land hits. If you have a ranged character, you gotta hit your projectiles well, because Link and Dark Samus, as we saw, they have pretty good projectiles. You gotta land those, and we just haven't seen that from Darkcat.
Sure.
So we
And
gotta
even
see
when
it.
you're not landing those, you have to be like actively taking notes for yourself. Are they jumping over them? Are they shielding it? And you have to be able to adapt to your opponent's defensive options, right? That's like the core gameplay of a zone.
Exactly.
And so like not really getting those probing tools, not really like sort of taking notes for yourself with boomerang shots or charge shots. It's like a lot of valuable time that could be used towards sort of breaking down fundamentally. These are the options that my opponent does in these situations. So either way, really good stuff to Marist College. The next set that we have coming up is going to be Sniffles going up against Tev. I believe Tev is a Luigi player from Niagara University, but Sniffles, off the top of my head, wouldn't be able to tell you who they play.
Exactly. If I'm Luigi, what would be the coolest move to see is a taunt to end a stock right there. Just as someone is trying to recover, you just do that little kick.
You see that connect once in a blue moon, but man, let me tell you, it hits different.
It's quite the treat. It is quite the treat to see. But
Yeah.
I don't know if like the league doesn't allow taunts, which I mean, rightfully so. But
No, it's a
I don't
button
know.
in the game. Of course it does.
you have to have them. I mean,
you have
it's
to.
definitely a move. So you gotta have to use
Yeah.
that taunt. But it's cool to see Luigi because I said this about Game & Watch, but he can be considered a meme character. But he's got some pretty lethal.
For sure. He has
hits.
some funky animations. Yeah, he's definitely like one of the more interestingly designed in the cast. But always, what you gotta look out for Luigi is like a lot of the game plan is like, okay, how can I avoid getting grabbed? And then the second thing is like, okay, how do I avoid getting ledge trapped by Luigi? Because Luigi is like a very like hot and cold character where he excels at 2 very specific parts of the game and then really struggles in a lot of other parts. He has very limited mobility. He's not able to break space super well, but as soon as he gets one read on the opponent, he gets that one grab, he can very much so take a stock at any percent he so chooses. He has kill confirms with down throw. He has a back throw kill. Luigi has everything that he needs, but the biggest thing for Tev is going to be how can he get in time.
Exactly. That's going to be a big challenge. As we see, he definitely is Luigi, and we're going to see a Terry player. Terry's actually, I consider him one of the more underrated characters in the game. If you know how to use his combos, and if you get super close, then Terry's going to be a pretty deadly matchup.
So right now, we're just seeing Tev, they're just sort of scrapping a little bit. Tev is just sitting under the platform, spacing themselves really well, which is really, really smart, sort of making it difficult for the Sniffles to be able to find any jump-ins, waiting for the platform drop, sort of priming themselves, not able to find it quite yet. Sniffles has to be so careful. As soon as they get grabbed here, it could be huge. No SDI coming from Tev. Going to be hit with all of the jab power dunk. And right now sitting at a huge deficit.
Yeah, Tev needs to be aggressive. Right now, what we're seeing is just him sitting around, not wanting to get hit. That's all he's doing. And that almost was an SD right there. I mean, just look at the percentages. 94-5. Come on. If I'm Tev, just go after him. That's all you have to do, really. Don't be afraid. Just be aggressive, and I doubt you're going to recover. Oh, I lied, but...
I mean, and the biggest thing is, like, you have to be ready to sort of find ways to punish Luigi off stage. He's basically a sitting duck to some extent, you know? And if you're not really capitalizing on that, it can be super big. Either way, right now, you know, Tev is just like really holding on to the stock for daily life. They're trying to get something started, finds a dash attack. Sniffles is going to be able to jump out of pressure though. Tev not ready to cover jump high quite yet. Goes for the full hits of jab rather than one of Terry's many jab mix-ups. Oh, but there it is, the jab on block condition and waited for the shield and was able to get a grab out of it. So sometimes, you know, what's necessarily optimal and guaranteed might not be the best solution. And that's going to be the up B to be able to take it. Really good stuff from Sniffles.
That's a very underrated up B we see. If you get the right percentage on it, it can definitely take away a stock. It's also a good complementary finishing combo move. And now we see Terry in the flash and go, so we might expect to see some pretty cool finisher moves. The Buster Wolf and then whatever.
Terry, like with a stock lead and sitting at go is like one of the most terrifying positions in the game, because as soon as he gets Buster Wolf or Power Geyser, he just puts on so much damage so quickly, and there is so much pressure because you can get shield broken by Power Geyser. You have to respect a lot of his distance and space. As soon as you bait one of those moves out, of course you can get a huge punish, but look how early Tev is losing that stock. Sitting with go, still on deck, has 130%, of rage right now. This is so big for Sniffles, and they're holding on to this lead as long as they can.
Sniffles only had to give 3 or 4 hits on that last play to just end that next stock. That's how lethal the Buster Wolf was. We mostly just saw the Buster Wolf, and right now, Tev is just in trouble because he's not quite
that's
right
that
there.
Shield break, exactly what I'm talking about. You can't get too comfortable shielding. Of course, shielding is like a really nice way to deal with Buster Wolf, but Power Geyser, a couple of hits on that, and the shield damage that it does is terrifying, honestly. So you always have to be on the lookout for that, and the biggest goal with these kinds of games is you can't be drawing them out. Terry is somebody who ages like fine wine with the stock. He gets rage as it, keeps on going on and on. Wow, that was difficult. Tev really seemed to struggle a lot in initiating a lot of hits, and as soon as they lost that first stock, just Sniffles just carried so much pressure with their approaches.
Yeah, I don't want to say Tev was playing conservative because he was more playing afraid. I know you want to be careful whenever fighting anyone, really, trying to read your opponent's move. I get that. But you gotta be aggressive, and that means you're gonna take some damage. It's hard to have. There's like a 1 in a million chance you're gonna have a 3-stock game with 0%. So it's not gonna happen. You're gonna take damage either way. So just go all in, be aggressive. Even when you have that 1 stock, that's when you need to know, hey, I gotta go fight. I gotta at least get a stock. I gotta at least get some points for my team, trying to take away a stock or try to win the game, obviously. Because right now, Niagara has not won a single game, and it's just a 10-0 lead for Marist. Niagara is just getting themselves more and more in danger, and this could just be an early series.
Yeah, definitely. Marist College is putting on these points, and it's with some schools we definitely see those kinds of leads be established super early. So it's now or never basically, because wow, this is going to be a huge deficit for Niagara University to be fighting off of. And right now going into game 2, they're going to be starting off on PS2. Definitely not having access to the third platform means Terry's not going to be able to get away with that up B, as safely as he tried to do in the first game. And right now, Tev making really good use out of dash attack, controlling the ground space super well. But now Sniffles is just controlling the corner so well, but going to be crossing up Tev's shield safely and resetting the situation.
Already looking pretty good for Tev, already playing aggressive, getting an early 94% on Sniffles. So now I think he's definitely changed up his game plan. That could have been a deadly SD right there. But right now, Tev's looking way better. Almost an early stock for him because of Terry's go. That's a lethal edge guard too, or ledge guard, excuse me. But yeah,
I mean, Go is so scary. Like, that power guys are almost killed. So right now, Tev needs to be able to find this edge guard, not able to find it, letting Sniffles back on, goes through the F tilt instead of a kill move. This could really come back to bite them if they are not able to clean this up quickly. So right now, they're sitting at a really good range where they're able to react to Buster Wolf, where they're slightly outside of power guys, and that's exactly where you have to be positioning yourself outside of Terry, and that should be the... Interesting.
Nope.
Goes for the forward throw. Not the one I would have particularly expected. I would have thought we'd see maybe something like a down throw, maybe into a down B. But either way, Sniffle's going to be losing that stock a little bit earlier than they would have liked to. An unfortunate way of missing the attempt to get back onto the stage, and this could be huge.
yeah, definitely a little anticlimactic way for Sniffles to lose that first stock, but he's still in pretty good shape. Luigi at 114, whatever move he used, he could use a forward smash attack to just try to take that forward stock. You just got to find that opening to get Tev his first stock of the night. But right now, Tev already improved. His move selection's definitely way different than we saw from the last game, playing a lot more aggressive. So now he's starting to heat up now in this next game.
Right now, Tev able to get the tech chase with the F tilt. Really, really good on them. Nice positioning. And now they're going to be finding the down throw into the reverse aerial rush back here. And just Sniffles finally closing out that first stock. An excellent catch on the landing, but more often than not, they're so afraid to hold shield in a lot of these positions that Tev is getting away with pressing a lot of buttons.
Exactly, and Tev has a ranged grab that he's trying to land, which is very, very dangerous, especially when you're at 130% damage. Right now, Sniffles definitely playing a lot more aggressive, playing a little more angrier. I think the last game definitely caught him off guard, or he was thinking about the last game, which kind of changed his game plan a little bit, and now he's playing that was a great combo, by the way. He's playing a lot more aggressive, so let's see if Sniffles can pull this out.
Oh, right now Sniffles maybe trying to fish for the parry a little bit too much, trying to anticipate a rising aerial, but at that point, definitely going to be sitting at back kill percent up B, going to set up an excellent juggle for Sniffles, but at last minute they back off, maybe trying to see if Tev was going to go for an aggressive option out of the corner, was not able to find her. Right now they're just sort of playing back a little bit. Tev going to be going in with dash attack again, but Sniffles really has to adapt to how many hits that has on shield.
All right, and
Wow.
now he just tied the game, one stock apiece. Only 18% to 13, now 20. He's definitely in a pretty good position to run away with this game. It's anybody's game, really, but really, just hats off to Tev, playing a lot more aggressive. And we saw a few back-to-back mistakes. As soon as Terry tried to recover or to land an up special attack, he was left wide open, and then Luigi
But
tried to do
speaking,
the...
once again, just whiffing an upbeat, despite the fact that Sniffles was nowhere near them. They're going to be really punished for it, but that's going to be an excellent upbeat out of shield. Yeah, at that point, Sniffles really overextended on shield. You can't be doing that to Luigi. You have to either space a move that's safe enough or puts you far away enough from Luigi's shield, but at the ledge, having no shield pushback is it's going to be really, really scary stuff, because that just means he can instantly buffer it out of shield. Look at that, just completely inside of Luigi's model.
The super jump coming in clutch at the end. That's what I like to see from Luigi and Mario as the game is on the line. Use the attack pretty well. And we haven't really seen him use that attack. We only seen him use it to recovery. So that was just a perfect time to use it. It caught Sniffles off guard, and now Niagara gets their first victory of a game, and now they're still trying to fight, definitely in this. So now we get a game 3, and I'm excited to see this game 3.
Yeah, I feel like Tev was definitely doing a little bit of a better job, just sort of not respecting some of Terry's options, was able to find those out of shield punishes, which are so big. And more than anything, Sniffles was just really struggling to get back onto the stage. Going into game 3, what I would like to see is Sniffles being a little bit more proactive in the way that they are edge guarding, because what's happening is they're just kind of respecting some of the higher recoveries as well. Maybe not so much when Luigi goes low, but they're always anticipating an aggressive option going high, and every single time Tev just drifts back and is able to find their way back onto the stage. So you can't be letting Luigi get away with that.
Exactly. He just kept recovering, even though it looked like he was almost about to SD, but he gets back up on to the stage either way. He can still recover. It doesn't look like he's got the best recover, but either way, he still recovers. So I think we're gonna see aggression from both sides now. Now that Sniffles realizes, all right, I can't take this guy for granted. I'm just gonna play aggressive, play way better, and Tev is gonna do the exact same thing. He's ready to fight, trying to get Niagara first win of the game.
Definitely. Okay, now Tev just sort of once again looking through that F smash to send Sniffles off stage, not able to find that this could be a huge punish, but Tev once again just slightly misspacing themselves, trying to think that maybe, the quality is going to go a little bit longer than it will.
And we saw that like a couple times in both matches where one of the other players will just miss an attack, they're left wide open, and they just keep missing that attack, and a nice down special to take away the first stock of the game. But yeah, they need to take advantage of when someone's just left wide open and hit those attacks, get a combo off, or just a powerful attack, take advantage of those openings.
Okay, now Tev trying to maybe catch a middle recovery with Fireball, not able to find it, controlling the ground once again, had the right idea, but Sniffle's going to be drifting out past it. Both of them are just sort of respecting one another's space. That time Sniffles is able to find the whip punish. Tev needs to start overshooting some of their attacks because they're just whiffing a lot, they're whiffing a lot of these buttons, and not really, threatening the space that Sniffles is occupying. And a beautiful confirm to get the Power Geyser, but
nice.
that one is not going to be able to kill quite yet.
Exactly. That would have been an awesome finish right there. Too bad it was just a little too high to get the official stock removed, but as soon as you had to like hit him at some point, because if he got a little lower, he probably could have recovered in time to just dodge it or get a shield off. But that was just a tremendous move we could have, and we missed a see a stock, unfortunately.
Oh, right now, able to find that, but that's not going to be able to kill quite yet either. Sniffles, once again, just sort of respecting Luigi's space, had the right idea, was positioned to cover the goal, but unfortunately did not react in time. That's going to be the jab into the uppy. Sniffles, once again, sitting at a 3-1 stock lead. This is so huge for them, but the back throw is going to be more than enough to take it. Tev just, taking a moment to recollect themselves, take a look at the percent, was able to find it either way. And right now, just sort of throwing out a couple of fireballs, but Sniffles using Crack Shoot just to be able to get over it.
Exactly, and it's looking a little like in favor of Sniffles to finish off the set, but Tev just needs to step up that aggression. I know he was he came a long way from the first game, and this is totally different. That was unfortunate as I was talking his praises, but hats off to Tev, even though like coming out in the second game after a terrible first game, putting on the aggression, showing him that Luigi's not just a meme character, but he can do some damage, and just also getting the first points for Niagara in the series.
Yeah, just more than anything, I feel like this game, like Tev, was only getting a lot of one-off hits, and what Luigi really excels is the fact that as soon as he hits, you play, right? If Luigi has like all the confirms and all the punishes on point, they can kill you off of a down throw, they can get, falling up, they can do so much stuff. But unfortunately, Tev was just not able to find a lot of those things that Luigi would typically look for, and Sniffles just was that much tighter with their confirms, right? So they got jab into uppy, they got jab power dunk, and they put on so much damage as a result. Terry's bread and butters do so much damage, and to counter that, you have to be able to, you have to be able to be technical enough with your own character to, to do the same.
Exactly.
But, Tev just did not have the damage output to be able to contest that, even if he was winning neutral as many times as, as Sniffles was.
Exactly. I think Terry, as just a heavier character, and just Luigi's just so much lighter. Not really any of these guys have a lot of speed either, but Terry's just a little bit heavier, and then as well as just a lot of combos. And Terry's combos are actually pretty hard to master. So hats off to Sniffles for hitting those combos pretty efficiently at the right time.
Yeah, they had their inputs on deck. They were able to do them efficiently. They got everything that they were looking for, and that was like the real biggest difference. Even if they were winning the same amount of interactions, Sniffles was just getting much more juice out of those wins. than Tev was for sure. And in the end, that really just came back to bite them a little bit. So good stuff to Sniffles to be able to take it. And right now, this is looking like a huge lead for Marist College, 14 points to 1 already in the first 2 sets. The upcoming match we're going to be seeing is going to be Anagram up against Fiction. And if I'm not mistaken, Anagram is the Lucas player. And Fiction...
Oh, man.
Would I be able to tell you?
Yeah, all I'll say is expect to see some PK fires from Lucas. They're not as efficient as Ness's PK fires, but, I mean, they're still as deadly.
They're different. They're completely different uses. Lucas is a great tool to call out jumps. It's a really nice way to catch your opponent pressing a lot of buttons. But Ness's is like more sort of like a set play follow-up projectile out of like a tech chase. It's a tool that's much more difficult to use safely and neutral, right? Lucas's is going to have like a lot more shield stuff. He can space it a lot safer. So that being said, going into game 1, Fiction is going to be playing Falco. This is a matchup that's really, really good for the PK boys. As soon as they get, a hit on either like Falco or Fox, they can get huge punishes, and, they both have excellent edge guarding potential.
Exactly, and expect to see a lot of reflection from Falco as Lucas tries to hit those projectiles, such as the PK fire. That reflector is definitely going to be a big factor. And then Falco's side aerial is one of my favorite side aerials in all of Smash, as well as Sonic's. I think Sonic's is a little bit my favorite. That's going to be a big factor. So it's going to be. This is an interesting matchup, and it's definitely not one-sided. I'll say for sure.
Oh, and Fiction right now trying to get the reset with the drag down neutral on the platform, not able to find it. Anagram looking for the edge guard with the PK Thunder, almost snaking Fiction to the blast zone, but a little bit too slow with the down smash, not able to connect the 2-frame. Really good on Fiction to be able to make it back. Anagram getting back onto the stage, catches Fiction in the air, pressing too many buttons, and an excellently positioned PK fire.
Yeah, the first recovery for Fiction was he definitely expected the whole down smash and the PK Thunder to attack to try to get that first stock off. So that was a great read from him to try to get back on the stage, and then Anna the first stock. That was just an excellent decision using PK fire at the right place at the right time and just take away that first stock.
Exactly, and right now Fiction going to be going back onto the stage. I really like the attempt to go high. Anagram was not sure if that side B was going to be able to cross up shield or not, so that was just like a bit of an ambiguous situation. They were not able to react in time. Going to be side being into shield once again. That is not a move that's safe at all. You can just go for like an all coverage, neutral out of shield again, but Anagram not able to find the grounded spike drag downs, just sort of missing it a couple of times. They need to adjust their timing. If they adjust their timing, they can get such huge hits out of it.
Exactly, and I think Anna's just reading Fiction really, really, really well. Just using the attacks precisely. Already got 112 percentage after that first stock. Unfortunately, she's going to lose her stock right there. Immediately almost took away another stock.
And again, Fiction needs to recognize the positions where Anagram is looking through this PK fires. Especially if they're on stage, there's like a certain, place where Lucas can't cover it all, and the worst thing that you can do is just keep going through the same option every single time. Anagram slowly fighting their way out of the corner, was able to roll in, and now they're finally finding themselves at center stage. Tries to go through the platform coverage with the neutral air, but you have to take into account that you're fighting a fast follower, right? They're going to be always going a little bit lower than you anticipate.
Exactly.
And platform tech chases are going to be set up a little bit later.
Exactly. And Fiction just needs to read Anna a little bit better. He read her just in time to get back on the stage, as we saw just a couple seconds ago. Great stock to just tie the series up. He's still in it right now. It's looking like Anna's gonna take it, but if that was gonna be the finishing touch, that would have been an awesome finishing touch with the PK freeze.
Right now, Anagram is looking for that ledge trap, not able to find it quite yet. Had the right idea going through the grab, but was just spaced a little bit too far back. I love the shielding and patience on the platform. Fiction just sort of going through the same exact option for coverage, and Anna getting the 3-3 edge guard with the PK fire. Those positions were immaculate. Just like the tracking was so good. They were able to have like a really good understanding of like the space that Falco covers. How fast that he can, press a button and get away from there. But the biggest issue there, like Fiction, really needed to jump out a little bit sooner. They just ended up jumping right into it.
Exactly. if you're Fiction, you got to try to find a way to get away from the ledge. Those what's it called? The dash attack. The side special is a great way to try to get to the ledge quicker to avoid those PK fires. Maybe use your reflector. I know it's kind of hard to use it while
reflector
you're
is like
in
a
the air.
really good tool just to like sort of stuff out of like a lot of options from Lucas, just because it's relatively disjointed. It's going to be able to get past a lot of his buttons. And even if you do end up reflecting something and not hitting them, it always makes them second guess themselves the next time, right? So you reflect
Exactly.
the PK fire now. Are they going to do it again in the same position? No, because now they're going to be, constantly worried about, you doing the same thing.
Exactly.
So, Fiction was starting to make like a little bit good use of it towards the third stock, but I would like to see some more implementation, just as you mentioned, into the next game.
Exactly, and we're gonna see those same characters again. No adjustments. I like that. I don't like seeing character adjustment after going stock to stock.
It was
So
definitely
it's-
like doable for both of these players, but Anagram's still gonna definitely have like a bit of a matchup advantage. Fiction is just not able to effectively get in on Lucas to be able to execute his game plan, right? So he's just been struggling to get close enough to go through those up tilts, but gets the up throw into the up air, drag
Here we
down
go.
nail into an up air and weak hit back air, already putting on 55%, and that's exactly what Falco does best. As soon as he gets in, he's just able to put on so much damage, put you in a cutscene, put you into his own little clip. Anagram going to be going super deep, no attempt to edge guard or ledge trap with a 2-frame from Fiction. Not able to find that quite yet. Had the right idea sort of standing back and waiting for the whiff, but you have to take into account Lucas's amazing air speed. He just travels so fast and so quickly through the skies.
Exactly. I think Fiction's aerial attacks just definitely caught Anna off guard and was able, because like once you get him in the air and then you try to finish him, either aerial from Falco will work. You can do the back air, the up air, the side air. Yeah, any one of those works pretty well. And finally, I think that was the first successful reflection of the match.
Yep.
So we need to see that more often.
Able to get like a little bit of space with it. And then right now, Fiction is just sort of trying to once again go for like maybe a 2-frame attempt. That was a beautiful beefy PK founded from the ledge from Anagram on stages with flat sides, such as Kalos, such as Yoshi's Story. What you can do is, you can hold down as Nessie Lucas. You can go past the ledge and hit them if they're just a little bit too close. And if it ends up hitting their shield, you still instantly end up snapping to ledge. It is such a powerful option and one that is so difficult to punish. But right now, Anna just going to be looking for that edge guard once again. Not able to catch the up B, jumping a little bit too low, but up throw is going to be able to do it.
Excellent move from Anna to try to. We saw she didn't use the PK fire up on the ledge, so she knew that wasn't going to work. So hopefully we see a little more aggression from Anna in this next series. Right now, that's
Great catch
even.
on the whiff get up attack. Like a lot of people, like sometimes, especially if it's on Wi-Fi, a very common option. As soon as somebody misses a tech, they're going to be buffering that option, right? They're going to be pressing A. And the best thing they can do, just sort of dash back, punish it, shield punish it, and Fiction got it. Right now, this is looking like a huge lead for them. Anagram, no double jump off stage, but Fiction not going to be committing deeply, just goes back to the stage. Anagram slowly finding the way out of the corner, able to fight it out, but they gotta be careful about landing on top of Falco because he catches landing so well.
Yep, and he's really good at juggling. We saw a lot of juggles from Falco this game, and great reflection. He's definitely learned to reflect better. Finally took a lesson from that last match, and now using the aerials was really good, and especially on this stage. I think you mentioned it before. This stage is perfect to juggle, and then there's one move he made where he transitioned from an aerial, and then when he hit the ground, just a down smash attack.
And right now, Anagram bringing it all the way back, definitely within the realm of doability for them. They're trying to get something started with a drop-down double jump neutral from ledge. Fiction had the right idea, but again, they need to be positioning themselves correctly in order to be able to punish it, applying all of this pressure, and a great catch in the lovely spike. Ooh, what a reversal. Fiction just lost all momentum.
That was an insane spike. I didn't even know what happened.
That
was
dash
literally...
back was impeccable. The way that they hit him, and they knew that it was coming, so they dashed back and went for the PK fire and was able to catch a double jump from the ledge. A lot of people
only 75%.
Only 75. He was just a boy.
Jeez, that was Fiction was not ready for that whatsoever.
But the biggest thing is, like, Fiction, like, saw that the game was running away from them quickly. Anagram was building momentum, and so what they tried to do, they went for the aggressive option off the ledge. They went for the double jump aerial in any attempt to be able to swing, in any attempt to be able to get the tempo back for themselves. But Anagram was ready for it, was able to catch on to it appropriately, and found the stock.
Exactly. With the game on the line, came in. That was some clutch points right there. That was some clutch moves from Anagram. And obviously just got 75% damage within like 10 seconds to just close out the stock. Anagram had 130, 104, as we see right there. I think it was 130, 40% damage. So Falco could have just ended the game easily. Okay, it was 105 damage. That could have been ended easily right there for Fiction to just run away with this victory. But now Niagara's in a big hole, as you can see the score right there, 18-1.
Anagram was just making like all the right leads and advantage. Like, they took that tempo for themselves and they ran all the way with it. And right now, this is completely out of doability for Niagara University, because the most that you can get in a single set is going to be 8 points, right? So that's if you get a double 3 stock and end up winning the set without the other school getting any points. You can take 16 points. But alas, they're just slightly outside of that threshold of doability. So Marist College is going to be the victor already over Niagara. But at this point, all you can do is play through points, because at the end of the season, it's the points that do end up mattering the most.
Exactly. Got to grab those points, try to rise yourself up from the rankings just a little bit. I don't think that's going to be a big rise up for Niagara, only getting one win out of each game. But it's been a lot of 3 stocks, a lot of back and forth play from Marist, and just good transition offense, good transition defense from these guys. Great ledge control, I've noticed too, from Marist College. They've been controlling the edge with their edge guards, and we just saw it from Lucas, all those PK fires to just finish the stock off right there in that very first match.
Yeah, Anagram's edge guarding especially was fantastic. They just like caught onto a lot of Falco's drift. They just saw like they're really comfortable with the distance that he travels, with the speed at which he goes. So really good stuff to them. Now going into set number 4, we're going to be seeing Luck playing Cloud from Marist College going up against Tin Can with Ike from Niagara University. So this is a bit of an interesting matchup. They just sort of like both are kind of looking for similar things. They're both characters that, really wall out one another. They both have very safe options on one another's shields, and just really good deterrents. But right now, Luck is just landing a lot of these hits. And I know this is definitely their edge guard to take, but Tin Can a little bit too deep.
Dang, I was gonna say I'm already gonna give the edge to Cloud a little bit. I know Ike is a heavier fighter, but Cloud's just as they're the same size, so you don't have any size advantage at all. Cloud's just a little faster, has a little few combos that can work. That side special especially is just super deadly, and then you get to that limit attack, and then it's just whatever, pick your poison and just finish off the game.
Yeah,
so
right
it's
now,
gonna be,
because of limit, we're just seeing Tin Can go through so many shields, but at that point, even if they tried to, it would have been so little. Goes through the high recovery back onto the stage, has enough time to be able to find a spot dodge. Luck trying to go for a lead on a high recovery, takes the time to charge your limit a little bit more. An excellent dash back into another grab. Tin Can was just so scared, and wow, that DI was not on point, but Luck finds the stock anyways.
Yep. Ooh, that was a pretty good move from Tin Can right there. Easily get that first stock. That kind of caught Luck off guard a little bit.
Okay, now Luck is just like putting on all of this damage. Tin Can once again going to be found off stage. Luck positioning themselves beautifully, completely outside of the range of Ike's up B and side B's. Wow, like Luck is just not letting him get back on. Taking this first game with a JV3.
That definitely went super quick. I mean, I think that was just a little over a minute for the first game for Marist. Marist just absolutely on a tear on Niagara right now. Cloud's definitely one of those characters who I think has underrated aerials, and we saw Luck just use them really well, like the back air, the side air, just the neutral air as well. Those are some really deadly aerials you just don't want to get in the way of. We saw him just a few times, but I think we're going to expect to see him in this next match coming up.
Yeah, definitely. Tin Can just in this entire game was just really not able to execute the game plan at all. They weren't able to go through any of those falling nairs that Ike is always looking for. Not able to land safely on top of Luck's shield. And Luck was able to call out those few attempts that Tin Can made to break space. So
Exactly.
really good stuff to Luck that game. Tin Can has a lot of adaptations to make going into the next one.
Exactly. I don't know if there's going to be a character change involved. I mean, I would like to see a little more Ike to try to control the middle ground as well, but I would be surprised if we see a character change right there because the recovery for Ike isn't the greatest, and we definitely saw, what's his name? Tin Can struggle to recover with the side special and then the ether to try to get back up on the ledge, get back in the stage. It's definitely hard for him, so expect to see a character change. No, except with Luck. Interesting choice.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing Luck go to Sephiroth, probably just for comfort. You know what? Sometimes you just want to play your favorite characters. Obviously they're just like so confident going into the character switch. But one of the biggest disheartening things is like if you end up winning game one and then you go through the character switch and you lose. Wow, that's a huge L to hold. So game
Exactly.
two, they're gonna be running into Smashville. Not really sure about how much the stage favors Ike as opposed to the last one. Is able to find the scintilla with the first one, but not able to connect the second one. I really like the attempt though.
Interesting. That was some interesting hitboxes right there. The counter landed the first time, but the second time didn't quite land. That was some interesting hitbox movement we saw. But it's cool to see Sephiroth has one of the best ranges in the game. I know he's still technically a very pretty new character, so we still don't see him a lot in tournaments and all that. Everyone's trying to get used to him. But I think this is a good time for Luck to just get used to Sephiroth to try to use him in the game because...
And we have a little correction from the chat. Apparently Luke's tag is pronounced as Luke and not indeed Luck, so
Luke.
our apologies. Yeah, we should have probably guessed from the accent mark on the U, but either way, right now
Yes.
Tin Can actually going to be controlling the stage so well, is able to catch a jump with the dash attack. Going to be
Wow.
respecting Sephiroth's space, and Luke finding their way back on with a really nice aggressive cross-up option. That back air is so potent.
Exactly. But as soon as Sephiroth lands after his recovery, you got to take advantage of that because that's when he's most wide open. So Tin Can, if you can, try to get a way to find him where he's at his most vulnerable, and obviously that's when he's done recovering. Obviously, Sephiroth's aerials are just not letting Tin Can do anything.
And an excellent wait from Tin Can, recognizing that window between, the counter actually, being active and the projectile coming out. Tin Can was able to recognize that and got the whiff punish on it. So Luke has to be a little bit more careful about that going forward. Air dodges back onto the stage, but wow, they have to be really careful about overcommitting to get up attack at that position because, wow, that projectile can be a menace.
I'm surprised he survived that first stock initially. Now he lost it. But that was surprising he survived the massive fireball. I think what happened was he was just a little outside it towards the left where it couldn't quite get him off the stage a little bit. And this looks like it could be an early victory for Sephiroth. Yep,
Oh, wow.
called it.
That was... Man. Luke just looked so confident this game, just as much as he did the last game. Tin Can was definitely starting to pick up the pace a little bit. They were able to find those ledge traps. They were able to get, some attempts to edge guard, but wow.
Man. Yeah, it's that down down smash, super deadly. That's a
Yep.
combo that's really just been used a lot from Sephiroth users.
It's a 0 to death. It can basically kill, I believe it can kill every single character from 0%. So as long as, you break somebody's shield with down smash, you connect the fully charged projectile into, the sweet spot of F smash, you can get a kill on anybody in the cast from 0%. So, Sephiroth is going to be fishing for a shield break as soon as, they see you start shielding a little bit too much at certain positions. They start seeing you shield out of the corner. If they can make that kind of an adaptation, they can just call you out for it so hard.
Exactly.
Wow.
And what I wanted to see more from Tin Can was Ike's counters. I don't think he threw a single counter in the game.
Counter can be really big in punishing Sephiroth's recovery. That can be really huge. Normally that's something that most characters just have to straight up respect. That hitbox on it is massive. Many characters don't have the tools to be able to contest that, but had had Tin Can gone off stage with the counter, a little bit more and tried to challenge Sephiroth's recovery, that could have proven to be quite big. So either way, really, really good stuff to Luke to be able to close that out. And man, look at this lead, 24-1. This is looking like a body bag.
I don't know. Expect to come back from Niagara. I'm just kidding. No, I don't think it's gonna happen. But honestly, if I'm Niagara, just play
Food points.
the most
Just get a
aggressive
game.
you can.
They just need a game at this point,
Yeah, just get some pride for you guys. That's all you need. Just a little bit of pride. Just really get some aggression off of them, because right now they're just playing for the fun of it. You need to play for some points. Get yourself a good standing rank. Wow.
And this is going to be the final set of Marist College going up against Niagara. For tonight, we're going to be seeing Zucchini, the anchor for Marist, and similarly Mbrock for Niagara. Now, Game & Watch, Bowser, this is a match that's really, really solid for Game & Watch. So as long as Bowser is able to land, or so as long as Bowser, doesn't decide to land on Game & Watch's shield too unsafely, Game & Watch can get some huge punish and huge juggles. Bowser definitely struggles to land, and wow, Game & Watch is one of the most potent characters in the game when it comes to juggling. Just by virtue of having up air as a tool, it's huge. There's very little Bowser can do to challenge it.
Exactly, and one of the things, another thing Game & Watch has going for him against a character like Bowser, Game & Watch is a small character compared to Bowser, so it's going to be hard for him to get some hits, because, you'll just miss in general. You just got to hit low, or when he's in the air, that's just when you take advantage of that. A lot of characters
and right now,
struggle with that.
Mbrock finding the drag down there into the down tilt, and yeah, absolutely, just as you mentioned, like, Game & Watch has a tendency with some of his falling aerials to pancake a little bit, though Bowser definitely does not struggle to hit behind him, and now, Niagara University with the first lead that we've seen in a while. It's been a while with them even seeing like a stock lead. Right now, Mbrock just sort of finding their way out of the corner and not holding shield long enough, probably a little bit too afraid of the pressure of Bowser's command grab. At this point, if they can get like a neutral or a down throw, this could be so big, but Zucchini cutting the bleeding with the side B.
Yeah, and didn't even take any damage with that whole sequence, so it's still a very relatively even game, although Game & Watch is already playing a little more aggressive than Zucchini is right now. So hopefully he can get some points for Niagara, giving him something to believe in the next coming games.
And right now, Mbrock is definitely getting like a bunch of hits. They're able to put on the damage where they need to, but the issue is Zucchini is just catching a lot of the overcommitments with up B. That move is so active. The fact that you can reposition yourself and move while doing it is, so huge, because it's like catching a lot of Mbrock's drift and, how they're trying to space themselves. Zucchini trying to find a way to jump in, try to land, finds the down, and Mbrock unfortunately dropping the shield a little bit too early.
Yep, that was just excellent timing for Zucchini. Just as he said, Mbrock just didn't hold his shield on for long enough. But right now, if I'm Mbrock, you gotta be using a lot of those range attacks. We just saw the bomb he used. Those are gonna be good for like ledge attacks. Obviously, if you want to use them for the just some other aerial attacks to use, those are good to use. Obviously, don't try to get under Bowser a lot, because we see a lot of down aerials and
and those down airs, like Mbrock really either has to find a way to challenge it with up air, or just be able to dash back and find a punish on it. Either way, up smash is going to be able to take the stock. This is now to the last stock. Zucchini, with the way that they're full hopping, is so smart. They're just sort of getting a read on Mbrock's movement. Bowser, he has so many mix-ups out of a jump. If they start seeing you shield a little too much, they'll start fishing for side Bs. If they see you out of shield or jumping too much, that's when they start landing a little bit more aggressively.
Exactly. And we haven't seen, I think Game & Watch has a counter as well, the little bucket thing. We haven't really seen that a lot.
It can be used to catch fire breath, but it'll really be only used on reaction. This is not a matchup where you definitely see like Bowser getting it off too much. That side B not going to be able to take it quite yet. Zucchini not finding the platform extension, but excellent catch on the jump.
Yep. And Brock definitely couldn't finish it well, but I'll tell you what, he got the first lead, playing aggressive from top to bottom. Obviously, you just got to keep up that whole aggression phase right there. And just Zucchini with the excellent read. excellent timing with his side air, and just like the placement too. It initially looked like a spike, not quite a spike, because Bowser's spike is obviously looks different than a traditional spike, but it looked like he was gonna go down, but it totally just flew him off stage, and a pretty common thing to see Marist in the lead again with the first match.
Yeah. More than anything, I feel like Mblock is definitely one of the strongest players from Niagara. They're definitely doing a lot more Game and Watch things than we saw a little bit before. They're able to get the neutral follow-ups. They're able to, find the conversions off of the throws. So really good stuff to them. But the issue is, like, really in terms of catching the way that Zucchini was landing, because, wow, they definitely struggled with that. Like, you have to understand, like, this is a position where Bowser has the button, this is where he can do something, and this is where he can't.
Exactly, and Bowser's definitely a really heavy character. I know it's hard to get a lot of damage on them, but props to Mbrock for getting enough damage in time and being able to capitalize on some KOs and stocks to take away. Got to continue that whole aggression, because that's the best way to beat Bowser. Bowser's is definitely a close range character, except for the Fire Breath. If he uses Fire Breath, just get behind him, right? Although it's definitely hard to do that when you're on the ledge. And we saw the bucket, as you said earlier, to use to
that
try
side
to
B
catch
is
fire.
going to be able to take it. I don't think that DI was necessarily the best, but the issue that Mblock, you have to be able to SDI out of the Fire Breath and then be able to press the fastest button. Just even using up B in that situation, it would have been so good, because Game & Watch is able to escape a lot of loose multi-hits that way. Either way, this is a huge lead for Zucchini right now, and it is only growing.
Exactly, that almost was an SD. Just didn't have enough damage on him to call it. And on those stages that he's on with the two platforms, those definitely favor
Beautiful
Zucchini.
down B.
Beautiful. That was definitely a beautiful down B.
That down B, like, it would have been positioned to shield break. It was meant to snap onto the ledge. Would have been able to catch a jump. It was, it covered such a specific set of options, and Mblock was just simply not ready for it. Already pressing a button. It's looking like such a better game for Zucchini, though.
Exactly, and my point about the stage I was trying to make after that beautiful, beautiful stock he made, the stages with those two platforms, if you're Bowser, all you have to do is just side special, land on the platform, and then that could be an easy stock to
You could
save.
take a stock at 90 with that, Just by having that extra little bit of elevation to help you can come in so clutch. But either way, Mblock once again just starting to slowly put on the damage. Tries to go for the side B as an attempt to, go for a Hail Mary. Gets the 9 this time, but unfortunately nowhere near Zucchini to be able to connect it. Once again, finding the side B, having Mblock in the corner. This is exactly where Zucchini wants him. Tries to up B through the Fire Breath, but an excellent parry punish into the up smash. That is not a safe landing at all. Oh my goodness.
Didn't even give him a chance to land, didn't even give him a chance to put some more points on the board. How common is it to see a Marist win again? And that was just an excellent finish from Zucchini. Didn't really expect to see a little up special and a great parry too. Not an up special, an up smash,
Yeah.
from below
That's an excellent
platform.
parry, and that only comes with confidence in a way that knowing the way that your opponent would land, right? So, a lot of Game & Watches, down especially safe on a platform, it can be relatively safe, but Zucchini was just so ready for it, was so confident in the timing, was able to find an up smash as a result. Mblock has to be much more careful about the way that they're landing against Bowser, because wow, does he have some incredible all coverage vertical options, albeit maybe not necessarily the fastest, but ones that can just cover a lot of space and catch your next option. That being said, that means Marist College is going to be taking it over Niagara University with a 29-1 point lead. That is huge. That's massive. That's like genuinely absurd. Wow,
Yeah.
that's like one of the most dominating victories that we've seen in EGF in quite a minute as well. I believe last week we saw something that was like 33-0 or 31-0. Yeah, DePaul against Niagara. So.
Dang, and DePaul's one of those really good schools. You don't want to mess with them. I think some people are going to favor them to win the whole championship in Smash. But if I'm Marist, I'm definitely confident going into the next game, the next series for next week. That was a definitely dominating win, putting them giving the emphasis over Niagara University.
And guys, with that being said, that's going to conclude Mary's College going up against Niagara. Normally, we would be seeing another school be playing right now, or starting at around 6 o'clock. However, because of so many different circumstances, we're pushing. We're going to be skipping to the next one, which is at 7:30. So at 7:30, we're going to be seeing Canisius go up against William and Mary. Um,
Yep.
Okay, and then yeah. So I guess until then, guys, just hold on tight. Thank you so much to everybody from both of these schools that was able to pull through. If you aren't doing so already, please make sure to follow EGF, official EGF on Twitch, EGF SSBU on Twitch. You can find them all over social media. You can also follow a lovely stream producer, House of 3000, on Twitter, on Twitch, one of the premier broadcasting organizations in Tri-State and New York. And then, if you do feel so inclined, you can also follow my lovely, amazing co-caster, South Beach Flame, at Harrison Hill on Twitter. And then, you don't
Exactly.
have to.
You probably should follow Dara. Follow.
Oh, little old me. Yeah, you should. I have good tweets on occasion.
Dara's better than me, so follow. I mean, obviously, did all the talking. Definitely follow.
Listen, friend, we're in this one together. But yeah, guys, thank you so much to everybody that was able to pull through for this one, and we'll see you guys at 7:30. So take care, stay warm if you're in the Midwest and suffering power outages, and be careful. So see you guys
Exactly.
later.
Step into the ring.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to yet another week of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I am Septilence, joined here by Dara. Ignore the name below. We're going to have that fixed for you guys in just a minute. I'm joined here by Dara to bring you our first matchup of two tonight, which is going to be William and Mary versus Canisius College.
Goals that, we definitely see here in the EGF quite a bit. I just want to say, guys, I hope you're having a fantastic evening. I hope you're pogging with your pogs out. If you're not following EGF, you should be doing that. And of course, this is a modified crew battle format, so any of those that aren't initiated already, it's going to be two schools going head-to-head with a team of 5 players each. And instead of like a traditional crew battle where you have the winner going on and moving on throughout the sets, you're going to have 2 players just playing out a best of 3. For each stock that they're left with after they win a game, that's going to be 1 point for the school. Right? So that means you can win a maximum of 8 points and take as little as 4 points for your school. So game 1, we're going to start with Jafaldo going up against A-Fly, playing Zero Suit and Game & Watch respectively.
Yeah, A-Fly coming out on that Game & Watch, this is something that we're relatively familiar with, but something of note, Jafaldo used to be referred to as El Jefe, changing the name to Jafaldo for the rest of the season here. A relatively strong Zero Suit Samus player, if I'm not mistaken. Last time we've seen them, they've 3-stocked both times, and A-Fly has put up quite the fight as well, but we've seen them lose a little bit more consistently than Jafaldo so far. With a very early SD, that is not going to be a good look. I don't know if this is just a lag test, but that was definitely a rough look here for A-Fly.
Yeah, they seem to be just kind of picking up the pace. Doesn't seem to be a lag test, so you know what, A-Fly just has to sort of clean it up a little bit, but Jafaldo is just making it so difficult for him to get in right now, just spacing himself around, you know, like using plenty of up smashes, making it difficult for A-Fly to land, but finally getting a bit of damage for themselves.
Yeah, finally finding a bit of damage. One stock already gone. And I mean, Jafaldo is definitely going to look good here. I'm going to have to restrain myself from calling them El Jefe, but Jafaldo now putting out the pressure onto A-Fly. And Mr. Game & Watch, you know, one of the lightest characters in the game, really going to struggle to find eliminations and has a relatively strong amount of kill power in his back pocket, but landing those moves, especially against a character as fast and as spammable as Zero Suit Samus, A-Fly's really going to struggle on that. That's going to be the second stock eliminated, still just barely not able to find that first.
Yeah, that's something you always have to be really mindful of. Flip kick is going to be, you know, Zero Suit's go-to out-of-ledge option, how she's going to be consistently getting back onto the stage, so next stock, A-Fly just has to make sure that they're keeping their head nice and clear. It can be quite exploitable, so as long as you're ready for the drift.
Yeah, absolutely, and like I said, A-Fly, playing one of the lightest characters in the game, has a lot of abilities moving forward, finally able to find that first stock onto Jafaldo, and this is definitely, there is a world where A-Fly comes out on top of this. We're going to see the pressure coming out, and you really don't want to be playing up against a ZSS right off the side of the stage there. It's going to be a lot of aerials and a lot of great setups for her to find eliminations early. I think as the Game & Watch here, you might want to be playing a little bit mid-stage, and it's going to be difficult to control the pacing of Jafaldo on ZSS, because I really feel they have been in the driver's seat for a majority of this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. A-Fly just can't seem to get any tempo for themselves. Right now they're trying to set something up with Chef, but again, you can't go for the traditional ledge flowcharts against Zero Suit. You know, she can just use flip kick, reset the situation, and make it favorable for herself. But getting the Chef into the forward, that's going to be big damage, setting up the juggle. And right now, A-Fly has stage.
Yeah, A-Fly has stage presence and definitely can find some value, but they've got to stop getting slammed by the ZSS like that.
80%. Upbeat at 80. Hell yeah. Game 1, that's the way I like to see it. Wow. Sometimes you look at some moves and they kill so early off the side, and you're like, wow, that's truly pain and suffering to the highest degree.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Jafaldo definitely playing a very aggressive ZSS. That's really the only way you can play her. A-Fly missing quite a few opportunities as well to get these eliminations. Of course, it came down to just a couple of frames or some invincibility frames that A-Fly wasn't ready for. Relying a lot on that forward air as you'd expect a lot of Game & Watches to do. But, I mean, after that first SD, things were just very rough for A-Fly. I think we saw a great comeback even though they lost a stock very early on.
Absolutely. That's like such an unfortunate SD, but they really weren't able to get like any sort of momentum back for themselves. It seemed to kind of shake them a little bit, so hopefully throughout the set, hopefully in game 2, we'll be able just to see A-Fly, you know, play it out a little bit, because like, you know, the first moments of a match can be so important. You know, you just sort of establish a lot of things, you're able to catch on to the opponent's habits while you guys are still in true neutral, right? You know, nobody's at like a % lead or deficit. But dropping a lead so early like that, you know, you're immediately playing from the back foot. That's just difficult.
Yeah, it was definitely a difficult look, and A-Fly, there may have just been a little bit of a mental boom there as well. You lose a stock early on, not only is that going to mess up your mental, but it messes up the physical game as well, because now your opponent has that entire free stock, what I like to always refer to as that extra credit, where they can, every single hit they get on you is just extra credit toward winning, because you're not going to be on par with them until you eliminate their first stock. A-Fly, definitely a player we've seen crawl back from the depths. We've seen similar matchups before where they end up losing the first, and then they're able to come back and secure at least one more round, and A-Fly is always one to go down fighting. So I think we're going to see a lot more aggression coming out here, and I suspect we probably won't see an SD in the first 5 seconds, so I think that'll really change the tempo of the matchup.
Yeah, hopefully. Obviously, just don't SD, Fivehead. Well, anyways, going into the next game, something else that A-Fly could just be a little bit more mindful of is, you know, just being careful to make sure not to land on Zero Suit so aggressively. She definitely has the strengths to be able to contest with Game & Watch, especially in the form of up smash. She can dash back side B as well. She covers so much space so quickly. Usually you see Game & Watch making the most out of his airspeed, trying to outmaneuver his opponents, but Zulusuit's mobility is just able to contest that so well. Already though, getting the Chef into the dash attack, trying to set something up with a forward, but a really great way of fighting their way back onto center from Gifaldo.
Yeah, absolutely. The Chef, very often a great opener for Game & Watch. We see the Chef into forward air or into just dash attack, and the Chef really comes out maybe to bait a shield or predict a shield. We see that it's relatively aggressive. We're seeing aggression come out from A-Fly much more consistently. The pressure being put on to Gifaldo. At this point, A-Fly was already down a stock, and Gifaldo was still at 0% last game around. But now, like I said, no SDs here, so things are going to be a lot closer. A-Fly taking the lead for the first time in a long time. Just really trying to rely on that recovery to find some mid-air damage, and now looking to find their way back on. But yep, a fantastic air dodge, able to keep them alive. The first stock going in favor of A-Fly there.
Gifaldo just overcommitting to a couple of button presses really quickly. Again, though, Gifaldo so ready and confident for A-Fly to press a button on their way down, dash back preemptively and whiff punish. So that's a huge call out. You have to be mixing up your landings, going to ledge mode, maybe going to the side plats. You can't always be landing the same way against ZSS.
Yeah, that's an issue we see coming out from a lot of players, is they don't mix up their getting onto stage as much as you'd like. They either just jump up or they roll up, and then they stick to that one continuous kind of option, and a lot of people end up being able to read that, and it'll end up costing stocks at the end of the day. But now things getting really close, less than 1% apart at the moment, both these players down to 2 stocks. Here comes that Chef again. Yep, went for the Chef into the up air, but was unable to find it. Gonna go for the forward air to get rid of the laser, and we're seeing a lot of mix-ups coming from A-Fly. We're seeing the similar moves, of course, and similar setups, but modifying the combos just enough.
They're definitely starting to fall down a little bit differently as well. Just as they say that, though, Buffalo's 2 immediate down airs against punish for both of them. But we are seeing a little bit more spaced back airs, which is definitely calling out Gifaldo and some of these dashbacks. Right now, Gifaldo going so deep, but a little bit too deep, not able to get the vertical distance that they need, ends up SDing so unfortunate. Right now, A-Fly with the lead for the first time in the set.
Yeah, the first time in the set, indeed, able to find that first, losing that first stock, but now having that extra credit advantage. If they're able to find any damage onto Gifaldo here, that could be the make or break point of that final stock. Right now, it's going to be a great,
They could have gone for like the all coverage neutral, but they didn't. They wanted to go for the hard punish, but again, you can never underestimate Zulusuit's drift.
Yeah, Zero Suit definitely kind of wants to steal combos out from underneath you, so A-Fly, especially at 131%, one of the lightest characters in the game. You've really got to be careful, because ZSS could pretty much just poke you in the stomach and you'd collapse. Kind of a weird moment there from both players. They kind of just kind of stopped moving for a sec. Oh, in the bucket! A phenomenal bucket. The patience on that.
The size of the bucket. It hit all the way to center of the stage. What? I mean, that was incredible spacing from A-Fly, just recognizing that the bucket can go so far. A-Fly was just like maybe trying to bait a whiff, maybe trying to go for like a dash back punish there, but just look at that move. It was just the tip of it as well.
Yeah, no, I noticed that very early on that A-Fly was using the bucket a lot to catch projectiles, and we never saw it coming back out. We saw that a lot in the first game. We saw that all the way in the second game until the final matchup there, that final moment where the bucket comes out as a kind of a forgotten tool, and I think that might be the mindset A-Fly's going for. Okay, I'll catch a bunch of stuff with the bucket early on, and then just won't use it for a while. Kind of hope your opponent forgets about it, and just a phenomenal setup coming out there. It was going to be great. I'm honestly, like you said, I'm shocked at the size of the bucket. Finds Gifaldo seemingly 10, 20 feet away.
Yeah, no, definitely. But just really good recognition from A-Fly. There is definitely like, Gifaldo was that's not an option that they're expecting, right? That's something they saved for the last possible moment. They cleaned up the final stock with it. Look how early they did it too, man. 31%, but obviously bucket is going to scale relative to the intensity of the projectiles that fill it up. So, Zulusuit's laser is going to be definitely one of the more potent ones. Sometimes, if it's like a weaker multi-hit projectiles, such as Bowser's Fire Breath, it won't do too much. But in this case, wow, that definitely packs a punch.
Yeah, that packs a punch, to say the very least. I think that's a great way to put that. Game & Watch has a couple of moves that will really pack a punch, that being one of them. The other one being that Judgment, of course, when you hit the 9, every other number, not as much damage coming out there. And Game & Watch, one of those characters that has kill confirms, but usually require very specific combos to get into them. The bucket kind of being the outlier on that, because once it hits, especially at full strength like that, it does incredible amounts of damage.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So going into the next game, so Gifaldo, like what they were doing up until like the second stock or so, which is where like the pace really changed, was working. They're going for like a lot of dash back punishes. They're anticipating the downer. But as soon as we started to see A-Fly mix it up with back airs, really call out Zero Suit for her spacing, I mean, the unfortunate SD not helping matters too much. Jafaldo is going to have to be a little bit more conservative with their laser usage as well.
Yeah, absolutely, because now kind of you messed with the bull and you got the horns at the end of that matchup. The lasers, several of them, got eaten by the bucket, and then that same thing was the very reason Jafaldo ended up losing that engagement. So like you said, really got to watch out for those, got to only use them if you know they're going to hit, because you could really just be filling your enemy's arsenal if you just kind of throw them willy-nilly.
Definitely. So going into game 3, this is like, I'm just like wondering a little bit about the stage that they would go to. More because of the fact that Jafaldo was the one to win the first game. They're gonna have the advantage going here, and I feel like this is the kind of a matchup where stage choice can really define the pace. It can make it a little bit difficult for some of them to like jump in on top of one another.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have the exact same matchup. They're going to be taking this one to the grave. It's just going to be that Game & Watch versus that ZSS, that matchup we know and love from these players.
Okay, so they're just going to be going against PS2, the classic, the original. And immediately Jafaldo just assuming so much space, making really good use of that Zero. And honestly, you can't do much about that except to respect it. Oh my gosh, that flip kick not going to do it quite yet. Game & Watch having plenty of vertical reach.
Yeah, no, I definitely thought that was going to be another very early elimination coming out for Jafaldo. They're able to take out A-Fly, but it looks like that's not going to happen quite yet. Going to be a lot of damage now on the Game & Watch, and really entering his kill zone almost here. Going to go for the smoke there to try to find that shield open. Going to go for the manhole cover as well, unable to find some value. And like you said, map choice, super, super important, especially with the Game & Watch. ZSS, I feel it matters a little bit less, but Mr. Game & Watch needs several options all the time, or he's really not going to be playing at full value.
Ooh, and an excellent follow-up into the down smash. That was cute, and tries to go for the tech in lead, not able to find it, but that was sick. Floating to grounded spike down in down smash. But either way, Jafaldo saying none of that matters. Able to clean it up with an up B. Yeah, that conversion was so sick.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some combos. I mentioned that in our second game as well. The combos coming out much more consistently from A-Fly in the second and third game. But now, currently at that deficit, every single one of these hits is just going to be extra credit for Jafaldo. 70% of their first stock, already finding A-Fly at 40 on their second. So A-Fly's definitely got a hill to climb. But if we know one thing about this player, it's that it's doable. A-Fly able to find that first stock now. Now there's only a 40% deficit due to that fantastic combo coming out at the end. A-Fly looking to find even more damage here, up to 50 on their second. But Jafaldo going to play that patient, going to play that waiting game. 62% onto the Game & Watch, and Jafaldo really can start getting a little bit cheekier with the combos, because Game & Watch's knockback is just going to increase from here on out.
Yeah, A-Fly needs to once again be a little bit more mindful of Zigasuit's flip kicks. Jafaldo's making excellent use of that to get back onto the stage, not compensating for the distance, no punish. You can't be using your regular edge guarding flow chart against ZSS, and once again, excellent catch on landing.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of adaptation come out from both these players. I feel much more in favor of A-Fly than Jafaldo. Jafaldo relying on those pretty consistent Zero-Suit Samus matchups there, those combos. And if they're not broke, there's no need to fix them. And right now, Jafaldo definitely taking advantage of the fact that they know this DSS kit very well. Definitely putting the pressure onto A-Fly as well. And that,
that one's not going to be able to save it quite yet. Jafaldo tries to finish it up with a down air, which was an excellent idea, but A-Fly able to air dodge past it, bringing it all the way back. Right now, both of them relatively close percents. All A-Fly needs is like one good conversion, but they just can't seem to land. I like the fact that they respected the horizontal distance, because wow, that move can definitely scoop if you're not expecting it to.
Yeah, absolutely. A-Fly there with the last minute air dodge saved their life and really turned this match around, possibly in their favor. Only a couple of percent difference. And A-Fly, like you said, we need one conversion, we need one turnaround, one combo to come out here, and A-Fly can take this out from underneath the nose of Jafaldo.
Definitely, and right now they're just trying to space a couple of forwarders, not able to link it into itself. But lands a little bit too aggressively, not able to find a grab. That up smash is just going to set up another juggle. Jafaldo controlling the stage, tries to cover the neutral, got up in a goal. Not able to find those either. This is still anybody's game, and you got to be aware of those landing hitboxes.
Yeah, absolutely. Jafaldo going for a lot of high-risk, high-reward plays here, going for a grab combo, which ZSS is relatively notorious for, and A-Fly doing a great job avoiding that grab, but going to fall right into it, and it looks like the combo. That's going to be all she wrote. Jafaldo able to pick up the end of that matchup there against A-Fly, but A-Fly really putting up a fight in those final moments.
Yeah, no, A-Fly was so close to bringing that one back. Now, granted, it was really good for him that Jafaldo was able to, even up the stock count a little bit. I did actually really appreciate that commitment. It was the right idea, but the timing was just slightly off to be able to spike Game & Watch. That being said, a really good showing for both of these players. That means William and Mary is going to be taking it 5-2 for the set over Canisius College.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a turnaround here at any possible moment. If Canisius can come out on top, they can just win this next round up. They could not only tie it up, but take the lead as well. Gefaldo setting a great precedent, not earning as many points as possible, but definitely a pretty amount of points as well. Canisius going to be down by 3. And I as well want to acknowledge and commend Gefaldo for that follow through on the matchup. It was a very high risk, high reward, trying to spike that Game & Watch, and unfortunately it didn't work out, but it's not like it cost Gefaldo the game. So at the end of the day, phenomenal dedication to come through. Just a great mindset overall. This is going to be that moment right here on screen for you. The air dodge.
Absolutely the right idea, but if they were just like a little bit later, they would have been able to hit Game & Watch while he was vulnerable, while he was snapping onto the ledge after the directional air dodge. But because they initiated it so soon, he was still, completely invulnerable during the air dodge. Either way, an excellent set from both of these players. And that means we are going to be moving on to Flapjack going up against S-Rice.
Yeah, Flapjack and S-Rice. I have a little bit of information on S-Rice due to our wonderful producer Dill, who apparently does locals with him. S-Rice supposedly a Rob player, so that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. That's going to be, I always refer to Rob as starting off as kind of a meme pick, a niche character in Brawl and Smash 4, and then in Ultimate he gets the proper changes, he comes through a lot stronger, and all of a sudden he's really a force to be reckoned with.
Man, I don't know. I'm a little bit biased because, I really like Smash 4 Rob. I thought that character was so cool. He had Shake Forward and it was great. Man, that down throw. What did they do to it, man? Those down throw in that game was so cool. Anyways, I just a little bit of tangent. I don't know why I found that game. I found it particularly cool in the last iteration. Actually, no, I lied. We're not going to be seeing Flapjack. We're going to be seeing Casey up against S-Rice.
All right. Casey, I think, might be a ZSS player. That's more from my own memory than from a document that I have. But if I'm not mistaken, Casey, last time I saw them, busted out a Zero Suit Samus. So that might be 2 matches in a row we see that.
This is not something that you see, particularly often, like CSS Rob. But I can't imagine it's, too particularly easy for Rob. Because,
Agreed.
he's just, ZSS is just, able to build a lot of space. Able to kind of make it a little bit difficult for him sometimes to sort of set up a lot of his zoning, a lot of the gyros. So it's just really going to be up to S-Rice to be able to get that space, just to be able to get outside of Zero Suit's burst range. And then again, one of the parts of the game that Rob really excels at, right, is keeping somebody off stage and then setting up those really menacing ledge traps. What are you going to do if Zero Suit can just flip kick past the gyro, right? So you're going to have to slightly modify that. You're going to have to go through some more preemptive callouts, and you can be rewarded if they start overcommitting to flip kick. You can get a huge punish, a lovely punish with up smash. So I'll be curious to see if we do see those those kinds of implementations.
Yeah, most definitely. Like you said, that over-reliance on flip kick is arguably a Zero Suit Samus' true Achilles heel. They really can start to get a lot of weakness coming off of that, and people can really take advantage of it. A great ability, but if you miss it, there's a very large period of time where your enemy can really take advantage of those frames and of those recoveries coming through. I think Rob, like you said, known for those notorious ledge traps, known almost specifically for that gyro and how effective it can be in the aggression.
A quick little update. We were 100% and completely mistaken, probably. I don't think it's Zero Suit. No, I think chat has informed us that it is Pikachu. Which is,
sorry, Casey. I don't know why I thought you were a Zero Suit Samus player. You'll have to forgive me.
Yeah, so game 1, you're going to be running into FD, and wow, I think this is quite the excellent stage for Pikachu in this matchup, especially.
Agreed.
As soon as Pikachu is able to land here, lightning loops are going to be terrifying,
Yeah, no, I think we're definitely going to see a lot of Pikachu playing that slow game, maybe camping just a little bit, really before diving in and putting combos on exactly like this one. You want to try to find this Rob kind of in juggles, you want to combo as much damage as possible, because if you let Rob get a moment to breathe, you're going to struggle just a little bit more. Another Rob trying to find the back of this as well, putting on the pressure into Pikachu. But Casey right now trying to stay in S-Rice's face for as long as possible, because as soon as you fall off that ledge, things are going to be disastrous. Pressure gonna come out now, and S-Rice with the up air able to find KC right away. First stock ends in favor of S-Rice, and now the pressure coming out again. They're gonna send the gyro off the ledge, something you see over and over again, the pressure coming out time and time again, and the aggression again. KC, that's gonna be 2 stocks down already. S-Rice with more than a dominant performance here on Final Destination.
Yeah, definitely. SQS just seems to be like completely on top of KC right now, just sort of not really letting them play the game too much. Able to get, not able to connect the back heel, and right now they're just like doing a really good job of just like not letting KC get anything started. That back heel is only going to link into, like one of the final hits of up air, but that's an excellent call out on the stall that SQS was going for at the ledge. KC finally securing the stock for themselves.
Yeah, Casey putting a stock away, so even if S-Rice wins this, they don't get as many points. Casey only at 33% here, 46. Still able to turn this around in a perfect world, but as a Pikachu against a Rob, I think you're going to be struggling a little bit here, especially in that deficit. The mental's going to be messed up a little bit, and S-Rice, I mean, playing the ledges right now has been nothing short of terrifying.
Oh
there
goodness.
it is. S-Rice with the down air, able to spike Casey into the abyss and secure what could be the fastest round I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, how long that entire match last? I think the replay would be able to give us the sauce on that.
A minute and a
That entire
half.
match, a minute and a half. Look at the way that this was finished too. SQS just reflecting the T-jolt right back, forcing Casey to
Boom.
burn a double jump. Gets back onto the stage, and yeah, you can't be overcommitting to like drop down double jump stuff against Rob. You just sort of have to wait out, his next ledge trap option. You have to really think about like what he's going for, right? So if you see gyro already set up, then you have to go through the regular mix from there. If you don't see gyro, you have to really think about like what Rob is fishing for. And so like Casey just maybe wasn't too mindful of some of those ledge options there, but either way, an excellent lead by SQS, able to clean that game up.
Yeah.
Wow, that looks so confident.
Yeah, no, things started off so strong for Casey. We saw the combo come out very early on, picks up, I think, 40, 50%, and then after that, I mean, almost doesn't do any damage to S-Rice until that spike comes through off the side of the map there. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a character swap from Casey if they kind of are comfortable with something else, because, I mean, that was a very dominant performance coming out from S-Rice. One good read from Casey eliminates that first stock, but without that read, I think that may have been a 3-0. So Casey, I think, may have to change things up here, change strategy a little bit, because as we can tell already, S-Rice seems to be very familiar not only with Rob, but with that matchup as a whole.
Yeah, for sure. Going into the next game, definitely like, man, I'm just going to think about like what Casey could have done better that game, but they just seem a little bit shut out.
Yeah, no, that definitely did feel like a little bit of a shutout. And sometimes, you just happen to go up against the best person on the enemy team, and it can really end up costing you a matchup like that, the pressure coming out. But luckily enough, KC, Canisius College, they are here to fight. They're going to give it their best. And yeah, it looks like my prediction was correct. We're going to see a swap out coming through from the Pikachu onto Young Link, a very projectile-based character that I think is going to give S-Rice a little bit more of a consistent run for their money as long as they don't get thrown off map right away.
Ooh, and game 2 going to be running it with Young Link. Now, Young Link's going to be a little bit more interesting. Just being able to initiate from like a longer distance, being able to set some stuff up with Boomerang. Wow, trying to go through the double downer into the up B. Didn't connect, but it was cute. I appreciate the attempt nonetheless.
Yeah, no, absolutely a good look coming out already for KC, much better than we saw from against S-Rice in that last matchup. But now the combos are going to start flying, and as Young Link, if you're going to get tossed off stage like this, you're going to have to be really worried. Able to use that chain grab to get back onto the stage. Has S-Rice at 100, they can secure a first stock. They will be looking much better than they did previously on Final Destination, excuse me, not Pokemon Stadium. And now KC definitely, like I said, looking better, but not exactly taking this away quite yet.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a really good idea to go for the side B there, but Casey's arrow
Oh.
actually ending up saving them. The reflected arrow ends up popping them out and gets them back
Oh.
to safety. You always have to take into account just how active that back air is, and rolling right into it. You can't be buffering these ledge options against Rob. And again, those rolls off the edge. Casey so desperate to get back on, but SQS just said, you know what, I'm going to keep pressing the same option because, wow, you're getting shut out.
Yeah, able to turn it around and now going to reset us back to that 0 counter for both. And I mean, like you said, S-Rice with that back air goes so much further than the animation will make you think. And it really does put the pressure on when you least expect it. And you could be even touched by a pixel and that thing is going to do full damage. So the pressure coming out now from S-Rice. And KC has to be playing mid-stage because the second they were thrown off map, I mean, the game just belonged to S-Rice from that moment. Oh.
Yeah. Oh no, and such an unfortunate way to go. And we're seeing SQS again at a monumental lead for themselves. All of the tempo that they could possibly ask for. What do you do from here?
Honestly, you just need to play. I think you need to be playing middle stage and just spamming projectiles, which is of course not a champion's way to win, and a lot of people are going to call that cheese. But up against S-Rice right now in this dominant performance on Rob, I think that realistically might be your only chance at victory.
Oh, and that side B is just going to put Casey in such an awful position. Tries to go through the late headed back, had the right idea, but Casey was just a little bit outside of that range. Backing off a little bit, tries to go through the call out with the laser, not able to find it quite yet. Wow, I mean, just Casey has not played on stage all game.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a confusing matchup because Young Link can definitely stay kind of on the side of stage and play a little bit in the air, but going up against Rob, I mean, you're gonna lose every single matchup on the side of the stage, on the ledge, in the air. Rob comes out on top of every single one of those. The only time I think Young Link really has an advantage, and I can't say it enough, I'm like a broken record, but wow! S-Rice with the gyro into the laser just sends KC into the unknown there. A phenomenal matchup coming through, and S-Rice, I mean, like I said at the beginning of this matchup, Rob comes through an ultimate and is nothing short of unstoppable.
Yeah, for sure. And I have to say that last stock, S-Rice's spacing was immaculate. They didn't have to go through that neutral beam, but you know what? It looked kind of cool. Casey gave him a little bit of an assist there. Was able to get the clip nonetheless. More than anything, Casey was just finding themselves sort of running into a lot of S-Rice's hits. Not really accounting for being able just to like sort of understand, like what S-Rice was looking for. And I feel like the biggest tell of that was, those back hills at ledge, right? So Casey just kept trying to force their way out of the corner instead of slowly waiting for the back hill to, inch themselves in with maybe shield or trying to jump over it. They just kept trying to roll in over and over and over. And as a result, they just kind of blew up for it. They took so much damage, they lost the stock like that. S-Rice just kept dashing back, and Casey could not overshoot.
Yeah, I think we also Casey wasn't really utilizing that shield at all. We didn't see the shield coming out consistently often. Realistically, I think we only saw it a couple of times. And I think shielding, of course, isn't going to survive many back arrows, but it's going to survive at least one. And at the end of the day, that may be all you need. Then you get to roll out. You can go for the grab. You can go for any kind of setup you want. All you've got to do is just get out of that back air space, because we saw S-Rice comfortable with it time and time again, using it over and over. So very clearly, definitely a comfortable move for them. Casey, I think a shield really could have made a huge difference.
Yeah, just a shield, or just like really like, if you know that your opponent's gonna go for the back hill, the best thing that you can do for yourself is just like visualize to yourself like, okay, this is the bubble of space, and this is like how long it'll take for him to land again, and this is my opening to get back in. It's not about punishing your opponent for being able to hit that. You have to recognize, I'm at ledge, my options are limited, I can't fight my way back out. I have to slowly find my way back to center stage so I can then reset the situation, right? You can't always be fighting your way back out. And like just Casey was just like not able just to like sort of see that space, that opening, right? That Rob would not be able to cover with the back hill. Committing to something like an instant double jump off the ledge might sort of like give you the means to be able to do so. But either way, a really good chunk from both of those players. That's going to be William and Mary now with an 11-2 point lead. That's huge. Already 2 sets in, having an 11-2 point lead is it's big.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, 11-2 really does not get much bigger than that. Only one matchup away from having that perfect score. Canisius, they were, however, able to secure at least one round coming out from A-Fly. KC, unfortunately, wasn't able to find one. And S-Rice, I mean, with a dominant performance, I'm not sure many people would have gone up against that Rob and been able to tell the tale. But coming up next, it looks like we have E-Dog versus Barrett. E-Dog, the representative of Canisius College, and William and Mary being represented by Barrett.
Yeah. And once again, I would not be able to tell you off the top of my head who these two players play. So,
yeah, no, me neither.
So bear it with me. I promised that I would start making a list of these players so that I wouldn't say that every time I see 2 names that I don't recognize. So hopefully, chat, my lovely little pog champs in chat, I hope you guys could perhaps enlighten us. That'd be extremely appreciated. And guys, while we do have a moment, I guess we could just run by a couple of quick announcements before we jump into the game. You are, of course, watching EGF SSBU. This is the sister stream of official EGF. So please make sure to follow EGF on all of their accounts on their social media. Additionally, this lovely, amazing production is being brought to you by House of 3000, the premier tri-state and New York broadcasting organization. So make sure to check them out on their social media as well. Check them out on Wednesdays, every single week. Have some of the best players on the East Coast playing on Xeno Wi-Fi. So you should come in and take a look at that. And then you could be following my lovely co-caster, Septulence on Twitter. And then if you also like, you don't have to. I won't be upset or anything. But you definitely should. You should follow me on my Twitter as well. I'll be very grateful. the serotonin of the number is going up. Never. It always hits, man. Let me tell you.
Yeah, nothing gives me serotonin like a new Twitter follower. I'll tell you that right now. At the end of the day, it's always just a great thing to have and a great notification to always get on my phone. But like Dara said, huge shout out to both, my co-caster as well, which is her, and then of course our producers, House of 3000, Dale and Devin. Great people, they're hilarious, they're great producers, they're great to work with, so huge shout out to them as a whole. Huge shout out to EGF, she mentioned that already, both the Smash Division and every single game. There's games every single day of the week except Fridays, including Saturdays now, which is like a League of Legends thing we're doing, which I didn't know about. I don't cast League of Legends, so that was news to me, but every single day of the week there's a new game. So if you like Smash and other games, just support your school because there's a whole bunch of stuff. But I just heard the players selected my ears, which means we're going to be jumping into something very soon. It looks like we're going to have these players finally online.
Man,
it's going to be my boy Piranha Plant. Oh, I'm very excited.
Our ability to stall is
phenomenal.
Yeah, they wish. So we're going to be seeing E-Dog from Canisius playing Byleth, going up against Barrett with the Piranha Plant. This is not a matchup that, again, like you see quite often. An excellent ledge trap, able to catch a neutral, get up, and already dealing so much percent to E-Dog. Byleth, of course, is not going to necessarily have the best out-of-ledge options, but the ability to play is going to be quite limited, right? Because you really don't want to be on the ledge too long against Piranha Plant. And again, with the roll lead, Barrett's conditioning is on point today, made E-Dog so afraid to neutral get up and just capitalizing every step of the way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Barrett doing a phenomenal job, and as a Piranha Plant player, nothing makes me more excited than seeing my fellow players do such a great job. Piranha Plant lives on the ledge and belongs on the ledge. Byleth definitely going to struggle up against it, especially with that classic Poison Cloud into Spike Ball combo that you see so often. And Barrett really using that down B. You don't see that come out from a lot of players.
Excellent cancel of the neutral B. E-Dog was just able to bait an approach from Barrett and then fade back and get a punish. I really like the way that they're using neutral B just to sort of force a little bit of mobility from Barrett. But right now, again, this is going to be a little bit dangerous at the ledge. Waits for the opening and finds it. Just saw Barrett pressing a little too many buttons.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing E-Dog adapt rapidly here on stream in front of our very eyes because Barrett trying to go for the same combos they landed right at the start, and E-Dog already not letting that happen. No longer rolling up on stage because they're able to tell that Barrett's going to go for the up smash, and now finding Barrett off stage as well, finding that first stock come through. A game that started off so dominantly in favor of this Piranha Plant player, now actually putting them at a deficit.
Yeah, E-Dog going to be sitting at a lead. Granted, not an extremely large one. Piranha Plant is definitely no stranger to be able to take a stock at any percent he so pleases. Unfortunately, misspacing the Patui, not able to hit Byleth in her ledge hang, overcommitting to the F smash, but that down B is not going to be able to take it quite yet. I like the idea there. That was cute, but doesn't quite.
There it is. There's going to be that Spike Ball, able to find that elimination very early on. Poison Cloud comes out. It's going to be great to hide in. And I think we're seeing Barrett rely a little bit too much on that down B, that charge move coming out. We're seeing they really haven't used it since the last time it didn't work out in their favor. Just kidding. There it is. But we're seeing it come out relatively often. That's not something you see from Plant players incredibly often because it's an incredibly predictable move. You have to go in a straight line of whichever way you're facing. Gives your opponent a lot of time to figure out your strategy moving forward. And Barrett kind of using it as a spacer, which is something you don't expect to see often. Piranha Plant has a lot of moves that rely on spacing and creating that space between you and an opponent, but that's usually not one of them, so that's kind of a surprise to see.
And again, now we're seeing Barrett start to really overcommit to some of those ledge options. Granted, if he did guess it, he'd be able to get the kill off of it. A good awareness there just to be able to jump out. Reacted that, Byleth at that point had to commit to the fully charged thing.
Great up
was
smash.
Able to catch the landing and clean up that stock. And now we're seeing Barrett with the stock lead.
Yeah, my favorite combo actually from Piranha Plant coming out there. You put that poison up, you make sure that you're hiding inside of it, and then you charge that down B. Shoots you a long distance. Your opponent has no idea what you're doing inside that cloud. Usually a great way to catch them off. And this could be, I was going to say, that's going to be it already. Just a great stall there right before they grab ledge. E-Dog going to be knocked off. And Byleth, not really known for their aerial game, so we see Barrett taking full advantage of that and securing a pretty good, there were a couple of misplays in there, but really a pretty strong performance coming out from Barrett on this Piranha Plant.
Yeah, that was a really excellent sort of bait on the Greek grab attempt from E-Dog. Just put out the Patui just to see what E-Dog would do, quickly swallowed it back up, and was able to hit E-Dog once again. So Barrett's ledge trapping this game was where they were able just to get a lot of mileage on. E-Dog needs just to be able to get onto stage before Piranha Plant finds a lot of these options, right? So we didn't see too many jumps from ledge. We didn't see too many neutral get-ups, because they were maybe a little bit too afraid of the Poison Cloud. But as a result, Barrett just got, they led the planks and they led the goals, and that's all they needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Barrett doing a great job. And I don't know if it's something that they focus on in William and Mary, but that's going to be 2 players in a row, S-Rice and Barrett, both with just phenomenal ledge game, playing those Rob and that plant respectively. But they have both done an amazing job utilizing these characters to really ensure their opponent, if they get off ledge, they will not be getting back up.
Yeah, for sure. So going into game 2, I feel like we saw a lot of adjustments from E-Dog already being made. They started to get like a really good sense of some of the ways that Barrett would be initiating situations, but ultimately whenever they do find themselves off stage, that is where they take most of the damage. That's where they get hit a lot. And I really agree with this choice to go to Inkling here. Having a little bit more mobility is just going to make it so much easier to be able to jump in on Piranha Plant.
Yeah, absolutely. In Piranha Plant, you've got to play that carefully. You've kind of got to read their moves and let them do their thing before you push in, because if you get close enough, they get to take full advantage of that. But if you get in after they're maybe in one of those vulnerability frames at the end of a move, you're really able to take advantage of that. And Barrett gonna be a little bit cheeky there, fall to the bottom of the map, and gonna use that seemingly unlimited recovery to get back up.
Yeah, right now, E-Dog is just sort of dashing back a little bit, waiting for the opening. You can't be jumping in on Barrett as soon as Patu is active. You have to recognize the projectile arc itself. E-Dog overcommitting to the F smash and getting punished for it.
Yeah, definitely going to get punished for that. Like you said, the overcommittal comes through early on, and Barrett takes full advantage of that opportunity. E-Dog now using that recovery to fall right into that poison cloud once again. Going to be able to dash right out thanks to the paint and that very weird animation that I'm never quite used to. Going to try to roller right into the up smash coming out. Barrett able to secure a very early stock, only taking 41%, and now they're going to play kind of a reverse ledge game here. They're going to leave themselves on ledge, and they're going to let E-Dog push into them.
E-Dog respecting that down B a little bit too much. Barrett getting exactly what he was looking for. He needs to be finding better answers. Wow, but an excellent catch on the mash, finding the up air either way, and they're just sort of dashing back, just waiting for Barrett to push in, but no capitalizations yet.
Yeah, no capitalization. Yeah, I think that's a great way to put that. We have not seen any capitalizations coming out quite yet. And Barrett now, again, relying on that down B, kind of using that move to constantly create space. It does a lot of damage when it hits, but it's also, like I mentioned, an incredibly predictable move. So Barrett really going to start struggling to use that, able to find E-Dog off the back of that roller. Really relying on these Patuis as well, coming out time and time again. E-Dog just biding time, rolling away from them.
E-Dog has definitely been fishing for these goalies, especially when Barrett is cornered. Which again is not necessarily a bad option, but at this point Barrett is anticipating it, Barrett is looking out for it, and Barrett is making sure that they're just not getting hit by it. Excellent down smash for coverage, and now sitting at a 3-1 stock lead.
Yeah, 3-1 stock lead, coming out seemingly stronger than than the first game. We already saw Barrett, like I said, a pretty good performance, and wow, the mild stage spike, recovery into off stage, but it looks like the roller gonna keep it alive. Barrett going for a show here, but E-Dog gonna be able to live at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, I like the up B attempt. That was cute. It definitely would not have killed in any universe, but it definitely looked cool. Barrett right now just, this is a huge lead for themselves. They're on a fresh stock here. They're sort of sitting outside of the range where, Inkling can do too much. Can't be overcommitting to that on somebody's shield. That's a free goal behind into creativity.
Yeah, absolutely. Barrett now, finding it, Poison Cloud into Patui, #1 Piranha Plant combo, able to secure another victory for William and Mary. They are really taking this thing and running with it.
Yeah, again, the biggest thing is Piranha Plant is going to be one of the most potent ledge trappers in the game.
Of course.
He has a projectile that is more of a character, arguably, than Piranha Plant himself. Patui is such a menacing tool, for sure. But the biggest issue is just E-Dog was not really timing it accordingly, not really waiting for the projectile to be flung before coming back onto the stage. Was, not really timing a lot of the get-ups and not getting back onto the stage before Piranha Plant had a chance to set up, right? So what you're going to be looking for sometimes is to hit Piranha Plant out of his Poison Cloud while he's still spitting it out, or perhaps just sort of waiting out the projectile and deciding to go in and jump in then. Because there's a really nice big window of opportunity as Patui is falling, back off stage, where the Piranha Plant can't pull another one when you can get off.
Yeah, absolutely. Barrett taking that series and seemingly running with it, doing a great job. Like you said, notorious ledge trapper, and while Inkling can deal with that a little bit better, I still think Inkling may have not been the best possible matchup here. Definitely can play a little bit of an aerial game, but a lot of predictable get-ups just from E-Dog themselves really gave Barrett a very comfortable lead.
Yeah, E-Dog just needed to be a little bit more ambiguous with the movement. They sort of jumped into a lot of these projectiles. Barrett's placement of them was really, really solid, but you have to be able to bait them out. You have to understand, this is my window of opportunity. This is when I don't go in. But either way, this is a huge lead for William and Mary. This is still kind of in the realm of doability for Canisius College. So once again, the maximum amount of points that you can get in a single set is going to be 8. If they want to win this, they need to get 4 3 stocks in a row without dropping a single point, which is almost impossible.
But yeah,
it's but you have leeway, right? You can get 15 points, make it even. You could even lose a game. So as long as you only make sure the enemy school gets 1 point. But yeah, Canisius College needs to get 15 points to even this up, 16 points to make it a WWB. I'm sorry, I regretted that as soon as I said it out loud. But wow, that's a huge deficit. But honestly, points matter. They matter at the end of the season, so it doesn't matter if you don't necessarily win right now, because at the end of the season they just get tallied up.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're kind of third week, I believe, into the spring split coming out here. William and Mary finding themselves a little more consistently in the, I believe, the bottom-ish, middle-ish range of our, no, they're in 5th seed right now. Sorry, I got the teams swapped in my notes. William and Mary in that 5th seed position of the overall conference. And Canisius College, they're in 8th. They're in our mid-ground a little bit, so they're kind of falling around in that middle area. So I think we're seeing that lead a lot here. William and Mary breaking that top 5, and Canisius College, they are, just a couple of teams away. So I think the aggression coming out from William and Mary may be because they are aware of kind of that lead they have.
And this is a matchup that I can talk about quite a bit. I'm a little biased, I'm a fan of Ness. We're going to be seeing MKL Rising going up against Outer Rim from William and Mary. This is a really difficult matchup for Ness to be able to get in on, just because Robin is able to wall him out so well with full hops and forwarders. It just makes it really difficult for Ness to be able to challenge that space. Right now, MKL Rising is looking for something to initiate with Rising Magnet. Goes for, a neutral A, which is a nice way to reset the situation, but could definitely had some big combo potential. I like the idea with trying to catch the landing with PK Fire, but a little bit too slow on the punch.
Yeah, definitely moving a little bit slow here. Outer Rim taking a lot of damage, able to find MKL Rising with a very mild combo, but a combo no less, finally taking the lead off the back of that. Like you said, Ness has potential to win this matchup, but can get walled out so incredibly fast by a Robin if they're on top of things.
Into a back air, that was like that tap. That was cute. Outer Rim, clearly, just so. That's not something they even get that quite often, but wow, Outer Rim was perfectly prepared for that situation. Timed it really well. Now MKL is just getting all of their jumps called out, got their landing called out, and then another Nosferatu on top of that. Outer Rim's positioning and spacing, and the way that they're using projectiles is excellent. Just catching MKL on all of these whiffs, and that second stock just disappeared.
Yeah, Outer Rim definitely moving a little bit sloppy, a couple of misplays coming out very early on, but then we see hyper aggression coming out. They find MKL with 1 combo, turn it into 2, and already have a 2-stock lead coming out. So this may be the first time William and Mary is able to really win something maybe as quickly as that minute-and-a-half matchup we saw just a little bit ago. MKL Rising for Canisius, struggling a little bit here. The Ness versus Robin matchup is a tough one if you aren't on top of your game. We see Outer Rim go for the spike underneath the stage, but able to recover back up because Robin's recovery is, in my opinion, a rather underrated one.
It definitely has potential for the mix, but it can be quite exploitable. I love the tail whip attempt from MKL Rising. Not able to find it though. I have to say, Outer Rim, the way that they're mixing up their movement, they're making themselves so ambiguous. They're catching MKL on all of these whiffs. If you're getting hit with Arc Fire in neutral, or if you're getting your landings called out, that's a huge call out just to say, hey, you need to slow your game plan down. You need to position yourself better, because you start committing to PK Thunder like that, and wow, you're gonna blow up for it.
Yeah, PK Thunder, of course, is going to be Ness's primary recovery, and a great move to keep people off stage. Robin, definitely difficult to fight off stage as Ness. PK Fire only goes so far, and that, of course, is every Ness's favorite move. So right now, MKL rising 113% on that last stock, Outer Rim, currently looking for that 3 stock. And with that, I mean, the fact that MKL lost even a single stock, I think that has eliminated the possibility of a turnaround. I think that does put this in official favor of William and Mary and secure them a victory here tonight. But of course, we are going to play through every single one of those series.
And that
MKL
could be the
rising.
but MKL going through the down air. That move, man, it is frame 17, baby. That is not the fastest tool that Ness has.
Yeah, that
a
was-
neutral air, an up air, or perhaps just a full hop just to wait out, the next button that outer limb could have pressed. Would have been optimal for sure, but wow, what a 3-stock. And just like that, William and Mary guaranteed to take it over Canisius. And I have to say, Outer Lim's play is so solid. The way that they stall, the way that they wait, they understand how to use their full hop. They know how to wait out your options. They know how to make the most out of their jump height and really, really jump in on you and wall you out. MKL has to be able to get under Outer Lim a little bit more and to be a little bit slower when it comes to catching Robin's landings. Because what's happening is MKL is committing to PK fire a little bit too soon, going through all like these attempts to catch Robin a little bit too soon, while she is still nowhere close to the ground.
Yeah, we definitely saw a couple of weird matchups there. I think the PK Thunder coming out at the end from MKL Rising actually saved Outer Rim. I think we were going to see a stock loss come out there, and they kind of just helped them come back to life and almost secured that 3-stock against themselves. Definitely not a good look moving forward, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a swap. You mentioned that you could talk about this all day. I personally have not seen the Robin versus Ness matchup very much, so that was something kind of a first for me.
You know how not fun that looked for Ness because he couldn't do a lot? That's how it be like that, And sometimes it really be like that. Once Ness does, connect, that rising magnet into Florida, lands that sweet spot PK fire in one of Robin's landings, of course there's going to be so much mix to be had, but the issue is that entire game, Outer Rim was the one that was just so on top of it.
Yeah, no, definitely a good look there for William and Mary. Every single player we've seen so far today has just been nothing but aggressive, nothing but phenomenal. We've seen some pretty cheeky combos, or attempts at combos, Piranha Plant. Coming at you, I mean, it's been nothing but short of phenomenal. We're going to see Robin versus Ness again. Looks like we're going to see the swap onto the female Robin, which is, just more of an aesthetic thing than an actual event thing coming out here. She's going to look beautiful as ever going up against a 10-year-old boy. Man, Smash Ultimate is weird. But we're going to see Ness coming out once again, PS2, so it's going to change up pacing a little bit, but overall, I think this still really ends in Outer Rim's favor.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're seeing already a completely different side. MKL having Outer Rim on the ledge, but going to be committing to a couple of buttons too soon. Not really sure about that down smash attempt. It feels like a misinputted down tilt. Down tilt in the corner is such a powerful option. MKL resetting the situation. I love the opt to go for the fast fall failure there because they already buffered the button. But they're like, okay, I need to land as soon as possible because this is not connecting by a long shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see Outer Rim finally taking a little bit of damage, but MKL Rising able to turn things around. In the blink of an eye here, able to put a little bit of pressure, more pressure than we saw in our first game up against Outer Rim here. We're going to see a lot of magic coming out, and yep, able to take that absorb once again, putting MKL Rising at 91. And Ness is, as most children are, incredibly light, so he's going to get launched relatively soon here.
He's not light. He's a big boy. He's a pretty midweight. He has a lot of survivability that people don't really expect him to have. But that forward is going to be able to take it. It's more so that Levin forward is just that ridiculously powerful and that has that much scaling, rather than Ness being light. Right now, already getting the air-to-air with back air, not able to get a whole lot else off of it. I like the roll-away attempt, just resetting the situation, but Outer Rim suddenly finds himself back in center, connects the up air, tries to go for the juggle, tries to force a preemptive option with PK Flash, but Outer Rim's just a step ahead.
Yeah, definitely putting the pressure out here in Outer Rim. Like you said, always that step ahead and currently holding on to that third stock, looking for 2-3 stocks of their own, even though, those were supposed to end in favor of Canisius if they wanted to secure that victory here tonight. 96% on that first stock, going to be playing that off-stage game once again. And MKL Rising, I think we're just seeing maybe a little bit of fear, a little bit too much respect for the Robin player. They're keeping their distance, and they're really not pushing into these combos, as I think we could see. If MKL Rising just got aggressive and moved forward, I think we'd see some great value.
The issue right now is MKL's really wants to jump in. They're not walking a lot. They're not shielding a lot, and that makes it really, really difficult. Right now, Outer Rim is just committing to a lot of thunders and L thunders in such a way that it catches both Nessa short and full hops. Forcing the low recovery, which is so smart with the PK Flash, but unfortunately, Outer Rim was just able to snap onto the ledge immediately. Ness was not able to hit Robin's ledge hang through it. Immediately goes through the up smash, not entirely sure what he was trying to cover with that one. That's the goal behind grab, and now MKL getting a stock. Let's go.
Yeah, MKL, like you said, finding that stock, able to turn things around, and 98% on their second stock, not exactly in that kill zone quite yet, depending on the move that sends them into that blast zone. But the magic combo is going to come out, and as I say it, a little bit of a caster curse coming out from me there, able to put the pressure on, outer rim, able to secure a one-stock lead very, very aggressively.
It's like, outer rim is just like connecting so many arc fighters on MKL Rising. Rising with neutral air is going to be so big, especially if you are spaced behind. If you're facing with your back towards Robin, it's an excellent way of stuffing out that button. A little bit too slow to be able to catch the goal. Right now, MKL Rising is just sort of dashing back and forth, trying to catch Robin as she lands, but wow, outer rim is just jumping circles around him.
Yeah, outer rim definitely playing a patient game, only going for the hits that they know they're looking for, looking to set up certain combos, looking to find certain aggressions. The PK Fire, I mean, that feels like the first one in a long time. I'd expect to see a lot more coming out from Nest players per the usual. Outer rim maybe taking advantage of the fact that MKL is not spamming PK Fires, because of course that closes up approaches.
Well, I mean, it's a really vulnerable button, and honestly, outer rim is not spending enough time on the ground for Nest to be able to do it grounded and neutral. Outer rim is just like sort of full hopping a lot, really waiting for it a lot of the time, and we did see MKL guys get punished for it. And just like that, MKL overcommitting to the dash in the corner. As soon as you try to dash, you know, you basically throw away your option for shielding for another quarter of a second. You can't, you know, shield out of an initial dash. You can only shield during running or walking. And just like that, you know, runs right into the F smash.
Yeah, ran right into that forward smash, and at the end of the day, that's all it takes. I mean, it really is a simple move. Every character's got one, but they always pack a punch, no matter who you're playing at or who you're vibing on. Right now, I mean, that's going to be another very aggressive win for William and Mary. They have taken this series and absolutely ran away with it.
And like you see, like we saw like a couple of attempts from MKL Rising trying to do like a fully spaced grounded PK Fire, but Robin is almost always short hopping or full hopping, and in the ranges where Ness would also try to connect the PK Fire, Robin is almost always shooting a Thunder as well. So even if he were to connect it, he would not be able to even get a follow-up on it, and at best, it would just be a completely even trade. So maybe more double jump cancel PK Fighters from the platforms would be able to call out a lot of outer rims options. But either way, I think that was like really good play from both sides, but ultimately MKL was not able to catch those jumps. You let a Robin jump too much and kind of get bought sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, up next, we have to have our guaranteed matchup between Flapjack and Dizzy, the two remaining players on today's roster, between Canisius and William and Mary. And as you folks can see by that score, 24-2 with only one game left. Of course, today ends in favor of William and Mary, that top 5 placement seed team. And Canisius College, they've put up quite the fight. To be honest, a lot of these were a lot closer than I feel the score is making it seem. A couple of them were, of course, those 3-stock shutouts, but we really have seen some very consistent pressure coming out from Canisius College. William and Mary, they're just always able to secure those victories under the wire kind of at that last moment. But moving forward, I don't have any information about Flapjack or Dizzy, so I guess we're going to find out together.
I believe Flapjack is a Crom player. Unless I made another huge mistake. In that case, chat.
I'm sure chat will correct us. Yeah, I'm sure chat will correct us if we are wrong.
That's what chat does. But no, but seriously, like, please do correct me. I would like to be able to talk about that beforehand. And guys, once again, this is going to be the final set between William and Mary and Canisius College. And then we will be moving on to the next school. Just wanted to say thank you to everybody from both of these schools that was able to help you and support. Hopefully, yes, I was right.
Crom and Bayonetta.
I had the lead. Let's go.
Absolutely. Crom versus Bayonetta, and I'm of course going to give this matchup immediately to Bayonetta, not because Crom is weak, but because Bayonetta is unbelievably strong. Not Smash 4 strong, but strong nonetheless. Crom definitely has some opportunities to turn this around, but as soon as Bayonetta takes him off stage, it's pretty much over.
Quite difficult, but you always have to keep in mind, like, Crom's X Factor off stage. He can and will steal your stock at any position
that is true.
he chooses. So right now, both of them are just sort of trying to feel each other out, going with the safe pokes. Dizzy had the right idea with that ABK, but not able to get any follow-ups off of it.
Yeah, oh, and there's that stock stealing move we see. Doesn't exactly find any stocks mid-stage, but keep an eye out for that if Crom's found himself off-stage, because that move is nothing short of nasty and a kill stealer, to say the least. Flapjack now trying to put the pressure on, but just taking a lot more damage, and constantly trying to play that mid-stage, which I absolutely commend them for. We see a lot of people make that mistake. They try to take the fight to their aggressor, and they end up losing, because 9 out of 10 times, if they're pushing you toward off-stage, it's because they're going to perform better off-stage. So Flapjack trying to play that mid ground, trying to put the pressure onto Dizzy, and really putting up a consistent fight so far. Only a 20% difference between these two right now.
And right now, Flapjack coming a little bit too deep off stage, was still able to find the up tilt just to sort of perpetuate their advantage. Right now, again, just catching all of Bayonetta's landings as she's stuck in all of this special landing lag. You have to keep in mind that every single special that Bayonetta presses in the air actually contributes to the amount of landing lag that she has, unless she cancels it with landing with an air dodge or down B. And right now, that back head of up tilt is so stale. Won't be able to take it quite yet.
Yeah, now, like you said, not able to take things quite yet, but putting the pressure on. I mean, 150 to 131, and that witch time going to send you right into the blast zone. Flapjack going to be the first one to lose that stock. Almost 2 minutes in before somebody ended up losing that first stock.
For sure. And right now, Flapjack is just looking for any way to be able to close it out. An F tilt, an up tilt, any one of Crown Smash attacks. F tilt not going to be able to take it across the stage quite yet. I really like the distance that they're standing at, because that's the distance that a lot of Bayonettas love using ABK off ledge. It's like one of those big vibe checks, right? It's very similar to when you're fighting Zero Suit. If you are not prepared to be able to call out ABK from ledge, you can and will explode.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, you can and will explode. Definitely something to keep an eye out for, putting that pressure on. And Dizzy now able to really take a little bit more of this stock away, putting 40%, make it 80% onto Flapjack in just a couple of moves. Here comes another Witch Time coming out and able to just get themselves out of the way. Shadow Punch going to come up with that up smash, and now Flapjack definitely at a deficit. But like you said, there's always a moment where Crom can turn things around in the blink of an eye.
For sure. And right now, while Flapjack has to find a way back onto the stage against Bayonetta, making the most out of the airspeed, able to double jump back on, and this can be so huge. Able to get the 4-liter, not going to be able to take it quite yet, but an excellent juggle from Dizzy. Their advantage is looking so solid right now.
Yeah, like you said, the advantage real.
Oh, right now they're just looking to get anything started, but going to be whiffing too many buttons at mid-range.
Solid.
And that's exactly what Bayonetta does best. You know, at mid-range, she can call you out, pressing buttons with heel slide. Very similar to how Captain Falcons would like try to use Raptor Boost, able to armor through it. In this case, she is just able to make the most out of that transcendent hitbox.
Yeah, like you said, able to make the most out of that hitbox. And Flapjack, getting danger close to that up and that final blast zone. Another Witch Time, that's going to be it. That's going to be all she wrote here. Dizzy able to take a 2-stock victory, just making William and Mary's lead even larger. A great fight, much closer than I really assumed it was going to be from Flapjack. Like I said, I think Bayonetta, she is stupid strong, but we saw really a very close matchup there for a majority of that.
Yeah, for sure. So as soon as Flapjack, lost the stock lead, we started to see Dizzy capitalize on them a lot more for some of their buttons, for some of their habits. More than anything, we did see Dizzy do two things. Call out Crom pressing buttons, at mid-range, with heel slide, and then started to call out those jumps. And those are the two things that Bayonetta does exceptionally well. You start not playing too much out of shield on the ground, you start pressing too many buttons there. Can Bayonetta, she can just initiate so hard. But those are big call outs. She has to have a good idea of what you're doing. Going into the next game, Flapjack just has to be a little bit more mindful of that, and just maybe sit and shield a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe I could not agree more. We mentioned that earlier today. People really got to start relying on those shields a little bit more. I feel every week when I cast one of these, you see kind of a consistent issue coming out from a lot of players, and I feel like today that really is the issue at hand, is these shields just are not coming out nearly as consistently, as they should be.
Definitely. So going into game 2, just the biggest thing is just a little bit more patience against Bayonetta. We definitely did see how Flapjack is familiar to some extent in the matchup at the position that I saw them stand at ledge. It's like, okay, they're already anticipating the ABK from ledge. They know that this is an option that they don't have to respect. They know exactly where they need to be in order to be able to hit bail for it. And I would like to see them do that a little bit more as well. It worked out. They were able to clean up a stock because of it. Going into game 2, I'm curious to see what kind of a stage he would opt for.
Yeah, that was pretty fast, so I'm pretty excited to see what stage comes out here too. I wouldn't be surprised if they just run it back on PS2, but no, instead, we're gonna get one of my favorite Animal Crossing, both Animal Crossing maps. I just love the game, so very excited to see the swap coming up here. Flapjack with a very aggressive crouch early on, able to avoid a bunch of damage coming out from Dizzy, but crouching is not gonna save you from these close quarters combos. Dizzy already securing 48, 50% online.
Definitely, and right now Flapjack just sort of looking to get anything started, but you have to respect Bayonetta's diagonals.
Of course.
Because wow, can ABK can and will go through any button that it so pleases to. Dizzy anticipating the up B, preemptively air dodges, not able to find it not able to find a witch time quite yet, but just keeping Flapjack off stage, making it so difficult for him to get anything started. And at some point, I would like to see a call out on these air dodges back onto the ledge. We don't see any up B attempts. A runoff nearly would be able to do the job.
Yeah, most definitely. And Flapjack taking an immediate loss in that stock. Dizzy only 40% on there first. So things already looking very bleak for this player. William and Mary, whether they win or lose this, they've got tonight secured in the bag. 26-2 in best case scenario. Dizzy comes out on top of this with a 3 stock and just makes the score even larger. Flapjack, even with a win here today, of course, can't earn the team 24 points. So they're coming here to fight. They're coming here for those map differentials. But right now, I mean, it's really coming down to Dizzy just doing a phenomenal job here on this Bayonetta.
Oh, gotcha. And right now, Flapjack able to clean up that stock with the back air, finally cleaning up that stock count just a little bit, able to catch Bayonetta in an air dodge and missing the tech on the throw, and just like that, brought it all the way back to even, had the right idea with that F smash, but not properly compensating for Bayonetta's goal distance.
Yeah, absolutely. And Flapjack putting the pressure on, like you said, able to find that first stock coming out there. Gonna go for the air dodge onto stage, which is a recovery option, but up against Bayonetta, probably not the safest. And as we see, gonna get lined up right into that witch time, lose that second stock. And Dizzy really looking to secure things right here.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is looking really good for Dizzy once again. That is not a platform where you want to be stuck against Bayonetta. A really good air dodge out just to be able to cross up Crumb. Flapjack going for it all is basically a 50-50 at that point as to which direction Dizzy would go for the attack. And just guess wrong. Sometimes you gotta hold that. You know, this is definitely the edge guard to take, but wow, Bayonetta just has so much potential for the recovery mix. She has ABK and up B and just countless amounts of those. And having access to triple jump as well is just absurd.
Yeah, sorry about that. I muted my mic there just a minute ago on accident. I bumped the mute button, but now Dizzy able to find another combo up in the air. Crom just not going to be able to do much. Flapjack able to live at least a little bit longer, but seeing a witch time into a shadow punch would not be at all surprising, but instead it's going to be that under the stage recovery coming out. Flapjack just not able to reach those final moments, and another very impressive victory coming out from William and Mary.
Yeah, that was sick. This was quite the landslide for William and Mary. And granted, I have to say, Canisius College definitely has some hitters, for sure, but sometimes they just really got outplayed. And we definitely just saw a lot of that. William and Mary is definitely going to be one of the biggest contenders this season, taking it 30-2. That is definitely on the side of some of the bigger leads. And again, I feel like, you know, in a lot of these matches that we do see between the schools, these kinds of leads are established extremely early on and are held throughout the rest of the set. Now, I do believe we are going to be jumping into an interview with one of the players from William and Mary. We're going to be jumping into an interview with S-Rice after the replays are done, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah, definitely going to want to check that out. I'd be stoked to see SRS come in here. I'd love to talk to them about that Rob gameplay. So yeah, as soon as these replays are done, we're going to be pulling him in here to get at least a couple of questions in for you guys. I mean, we've got the time to do it. There's not a game immediately after this one, so I'm going to go ahead and pull S-Rice in here. Going to catch him off guard a little bit if I can. Hold on, my Discord loves to... Here we go. Okay. S-Rice, hello.
Hello.
How are you, my friend?
Oh, and the Gonskis, they're back in the interview waiting. Hello.
Hello?
Hello again.
Sorry about that. I don't know what that was. Hey, so congratulations to you guys with a more than dominant victory here today. Just a phenomenal matchup.
Oh, yep.
So my first question for you is going to be, your game was nothing short of dominant coming out from you. Some incredible Rob gameplay. You're able to take KC out with just time and time again. Great ledge guarding, great control of Rob. Is that, do you think, due to your understanding of Rob as a character? Are you familiar with that matchup against Pikachu, or do you feel like it's kind of a combination of those two things?
I think I was kind of sticking to a lot of like the good Rob thing. You know, just kind of things you do with a lot of characters that just kind of work out. And I was holding ledge, and I picked the right options, and yeah. I think I haven't played a ton of Pikachus though, but I'm happy it worked out well.
Yeah, definitely. I think you really did a phenomenal job. Dara, do you have any questions lined up?
Yeah, sure. I have a question. Other than any players or schools that you're looking out for this season, is there anybody that you feel like historically, you know, William and Mary has struggled with?
I think there's a lot of like really, really good schools we haven't played yet. Like it'd be really cool to play DePaul or Siena. I remember we played Mississippi State and they were really good. It'd be cool to play them again sometime.
Do you guys feel like you've improved significantly since last season?
I think we're always getting better. Yeah, I think we're better, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good to hear. And I guess while you do still have like a moment, is there anything that you'd like to plug? Anything that you'd like?
Yeah, is there
to
anything you'd like to
spotlight
plug? Anybody you'd like to shout out? Any of your teammates you want to acknowledge? This is
Oh,
your
man.
prime time to do it.
Oh man, they're all so great. Like Outer M, Barrett, Dizzy, Jeff Aldo, they're a great team.
Yeah, you guys definitely put on nothing short of a masterclass here today up against Canisius College. So please extend our congratulations to your teammates. You guys really put in the work, and you're top 5 in seed placements right now. So if you guys can keep up this momentum, you are nothing short of on the up and up. So just congratulations, a phenomenal job tonight.
Oh yeah, great talking to you both. Thanks.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you for joining us.
Oh yep, bye bye.
Bye-bye. And with that, folks, I think it is time for us to throw it to at least a rather large break, as we don't have another game coming up until 10:30 p.m. EST. We've moved our final game back, and it's actually, excitingly enough, going to be between 2 new schools in the EGF lineup. It's going to be George Washington University up against the University of Tennessee. So we're going to see 10 new players. We're going to see them bringing just their absolute best, and I'm so excited because not only do we get 1 new school, we get 2, and they're going head-to-head, first things first. But for the time being, we are going to be closing the channel. Go check out the main channel. They've got stuff going on over there. But I mean, Dara and Septilence, we'll be right back in just a couple of hours, guys. Don't go far. Tonight's going to be awesome. But for the time, we'll see you till then.
step into the ring.
Welcome back, everybody, and after that elongated break, it's going to be Septil and Sindara back on the mic in the caster booth for you here as we welcome two brand new schools to the EGF Super Smash Bros. Division, George Washington University and the University of Tennessee.
So, and just to quickly add on a little bit, George Washington University did make some brief appearances last season, but ultimately because of the fact that they didn't always have a full roster, they weren't able to compete every single week. We didn't really see too much of them, but going into this season, this will be, a nice little refreshing change of pace for me. These are not two schools that, I've commentated in a while. It's going to be nice and refreshing to see some GW players again and a completely new lineup from the University of Tennessee.
Yeah, University of Tennessee joining us here at EGF, and like you said, bringing a whole new lineup. Today we're going to be seeing Bowtie King, Burn, Her, Spanman, and Mocha coming out of the University of Tennessee. Maybe not in that order, that's just the order I have them written down. And for George Washington University, we're going to be seeing Cranberry, Justin, Boonboy, JJ, and Rip Van... Boonjaboy, I must have written it down wrong. JJ and Rip Van Winkle, so keep an eye out for all 10 of those players. Of course, there are going to be last-minute substitutions if somebody doesn't make it or whatnot, but those are the 10 that we currently have written down, and I believe our first matchup is going to be between Burn and JJ. Burn being that representative for the University of Tennessee, and JJ representing GWU.
Yep, and guys, once again, this is, of course, EGF. If you aren't familiar with the modified crew battle format, I will be quickly breaking it down for everybody in chat. So, what makes this format a little bit different from a traditional crew battle is that instead of having players go head-to-head for only one game and then the player with the remaining stocks move on, it's going to be 5 players. Each one's going to go on a head-to-head of a best-of-3, and they're going to have opportunities to win points. So, for a player that wins a game, he gets a point for every single stock that they have left with, and when the set ends, the winner of the set will take home 2 points. So the minimum amount of points that you can score if you win is going to be 4, and the absolute maximum that you can take home is 8. And with that being said, we're going to be jumping into the first match of tonight. Going to be starting off with JJ playing. I wouldn't be able to tell. Oh yeah, JJ playing Incineroar, going up against Burn and Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah, the Incineroar up against the Pokemon Trainer, almost a, almost a bit of a joke there. Incineroar going up against this PT. Of course, going to be starting with that Squirtle, as always, and Squirtle notorious for doing damage early on, and then moving on to the Ivysaur once you take a certain amount, but it looks like we're going to see Ivysaur first. Right now, JJ playing very patiently, really letting
Looking
Burn
like a button
kinda...
check. They're just straight up not playing.
Yeah, no, this
really
is
sure what's going on.
This is going to be a lag test of some variety. I'm not sure if there's some kind of unspoken treaty here, but this is interesting to say the least. You're definitely looking like their button check here.
Yeah, it's a button check. Just check the captain chat already. So we'll just go ahead and let them do their thing. And yeah, they're gonna just make it quickly. We're gonna get to the next.
And I always like when we get to watch button checks on stream because, of course, nothing matters when we watch them. It's a bunch of useless information for everybody watching at home, but it's always a giggle for
and we got the replay cam nonetheless.
Huge replay. Shout out to our producer, definitely killing it right now. Dill putting this hot topic replay here on the board. Both players just putting out their absolute best moves here. But no, as we move back in, I would expect to see those same players, those same characters. Sometimes people do button checks with the character they're not using, but most of the time, we see the characters that they're going to be using. So I'd expect to see that Pokemon Trainer and that Incineroar coming back out. Whether or not it be Smashville or Town and City, that's still up in the air, but I'd suspect to see pretty much everything we just saw, but next time around they'll be actually bringing it in.
Listen, my friend, whatever happens, happens.
Truth on that one.
All we can do is just wait for the upcoming game. Guys, I hope you're all pogging with your pogs out. I hope everybody is having a lovely evening. Remember to tell somebody, especially in your lives, that you appreciate them. Make sure to go ahead and do that. okay? Because honestly, sometimes that just hits really different. And with that being said, jumping into game one, instantly going up against Pokemon Trading, gonna be running right back to Smashville. I hope.
Yeah, I
Yes,
hope
yes,
so as
thank
well.
goodness.
Perfect. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, not surprised we're gonna see the same characters coming out, and it looks like
Oh,
oh, psych! Y'all just got played twice in a row. I hope y'all at home are just so ready for this match to never actually happen. We're gonna get back into it in just a minute here. Looks like we may have had some error one way or another.
fascinating that this didn't happen during the button check, but
I thought
this
that same
happened.
thing.
Yeah. What kind of timing?
Oh, a
but
disconnect.
It seems as though already seeing some disconnects coming from the University of Tennessee. Hope everything's
No
good.
replays for you this time, guys. We you know, there's nothing happened as you all saw there at home. So we're gonna have to be waiting just a little bit longer to get them back in here. I mean, I'm honestly glad they disconnected at the start of the match rather than the end of it, because coming in late, things would have been a
Yeah.
little bit messy.
So if this keeps happening, what's probably gonna end up happening is we're gonna have to rehost, go, through the process of getting another arena and all that jazz. But that's okay. Hopefully, we won't be getting those kinds of disconnects again. Sometimes Nintendo just be doing that. Going
True.
into game number 1. Please, I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, we can only be debated so many times here, and right now it looks like the timer is finally starting. It looks like the game is going to come to life here. Burn versus JJ, finally going toe-to-toe. Pokemon Trainer versus Incineroar. Squirtle getting that mild advantage here for at least a small period of time, because they get to do damage up close and very quickly. Incineroar, however, hits very, very hard, so Squirtle really has to make only one mistake, and it will probably cost him
And
his
a
life.
really nicely timed up B from JJ, able to armor past Burn's attack off stage. And right now Burn is just looking to get some more damage going, in a beautiful use of revenge there, actually. Recognizing that Ivy did not actually have enough flame advantage, Burn immediately opting for the Charizard, probably to help them finish it off a little bit.
Yeah, the Charizard coming out, definitely something that's going to clean up that kill. You get to a certain percent, and Charizard can flick you on the ribs, and you'll fold in half. So definitely a good look so far. Going to swap back to that Squirtle with that low stock, and Burn definitely coming out strong here. JJ definitely getting a run for their money in this matchup.
And right, it's going to be so huge for Balloon, setting up the tech chase on the platform, catching the mistake, immediately going to Ivy Sword, just to, compensate for the fact that they ran off stage, just sort of, throwing out a couple of razor leaves, seeing if JJ knows how to properly deal with them as a bit of a vibe check.
Yeah, absolutely. A vibe check indeed. And JJ struggling to find any kind of value. The Ivysaur so far from Burn has been very, very impressive. Just this Pokemon Trainer as a whole. It's interesting because, I mean, all the time I talk about how good the Pokemon Trainer players are in EGF, and Burn just joining that crew, really making a name for themselves early on.
Right now, JJ is just struggling to get anything started. Burn able to get their way off the ledge, not quite yet. Excellent catching on the landing, but landing with Bullet Seed into up B. Right now, wow, this is tough. How do you get back onto stage against Ivysaur as Incineroar? Your options are so limited.
Yeah, you've got super limited options there, but it looks like we're going to see JJ able to find an option to get back up, knock Ivysaur off map, and it's going to force Charizard out. JJ finally able to pick up that first elimination there onto Burn, and now the tables have really turned because you've got a 0% Ivysaur going up against a 90% Incineroar.
Burn
the Bullet
had
Seed.
the right idea with that up smash, but just a little bit too late.
Oh, the
to pull the
revenge.
trigger on it.
Yeah, coming out hot here. Gonna go for that side B, just trying to find any kind of value. And the down
that's
smash coming
it.
out from JJ. That's gonna be able to find that second stock. This Incineroar in these final moments here, finally able to bring it from a 3-1 to
still
a
on
1-1. Yeah, Revenge is still lined up, or it was there for a moment, and JJ plenty of time to get another one here. Burn, all of a sudden looking so strong, but really starting to lose their grip a little bit. This is going to be a much closer match than I expected.
Yeah, and that's kind of what Incineroar does. You're winning, and then all of a sudden he's just able to take your stock at any percent he so chooses, and this, for all intents and purposes, is an even game. That side B actually...
Oh my god. JJ!
Man.
JJ with the turnaround!
They just
Oh my
literally let
goodness.
side B killed.
That is, wow. Wow, let's get a look at that. The side B here grabs Burn 45, okay, 61% and kills.
Get command grab, idiot. Die at 60.
A full rage Incineroar just demolished that Ivy. That was, wow. Wow, I'm at a loss for words on that. That was best possible scenario there for JJ. Able to take 3 stocks when they were down to their first, when they were down to their final stock.
Man, that's just depressing, honestly.
Truly,
That's
truly.
what happens. So as soon as I saw that flow blitz in neutral from Boone, I was like, okay, buddy, what are you looking for? I was like a bit of an overcommitment. But wow, wow, JJ really brought that one all the way back, and honestly, that's tough. That's what happens when you press too many buttons against Incineroar. That's what happens when you don't, you really have to make sure that you're capitalizing on him off stage. You gotta make sure that he's not coming back on. You start scrapping with him on stage, especially somewhere as small as Smashville too many times, and Incineroar is gonna be able to find that mileage. It's not often that you see 3-1 stock comebacks like that, but wow. If anybody can do it, a character like that has the tools to be able to do it.
Yeah, Incineroar, a tank, a very heavy character, and one that does a lot of damage very quickly, something you saw come out there quite a few times. Like we said, killed at 60. I really cannot stress that enough. Just the absolute aggression coming out has been nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, for sure. Man, this Doubter especially was just so well placed too. It doesn't matter if it didn't end up spiking either. But it did exactly as soon as we saw Charizard with that side B, and just that's it, jumping right into it, or upping right into it.
Absolutely, and we are watching this in extra super slow motion, but this is really all that it took to get rid of that second stock and really flip this in favor of JJ, swapping, I believe, right into the Squirtle, and of course, that recovery is not going to make it back to the stage. So really a great look, and they're just going to run it back, my friends.
So
we're going to see this exact same matchup.
They're going to be running it to Final Destination, which is a choice I really agree with. You can call out a lot of super heavyweights approach options on a very flat stage like FD. You can catch through jumps easily. You're able to catch through landings a lot as well. So right now, Boone just taking a moment just to sort of fade back a little bit, see what kind of buttons JJ is going to be able to press. But JJ's
coming in hot.
So many catches on these jumps already, putting on 40, 50,
Wow.
60, 40%. Wow.
Yeah, JJ coming in hotter than ever here, no pun intended, because, he is made out of fire. But right now, we are seeing pure aggression. Much stronger than we saw in that initial matchup in that first engagement. And now, Burn already going to have to swap onto that Ivysaur. Looks like they're going to fast fall a little bit there. They're able to make it back. Now they've been able to tie things up, but if JJ can land another combo like that, Ivysaur's dead.
But getting the double Razor Leaf, which is an option I really, really love, gives them the coverage that they need to be able to get back onto the stage, lands the down tilt, and wow. JJ again, just wow.
It looks like JJ may have just needed to warm up.
This is not I don't know, the pace that I would have expected to see, especially considering the way that game one started. Okay, now JJ is going to be controlling the stage, just sort of making it difficult for Boone to be able to get back on, able to time the attack option past that Flare Blitz. Boone was a little bit slow on it. Wow.
Side B not going to kill this time. Not going to be as lucky for JJ. They're 141%. This is pretty much where they hung out on that final stock last game, and they were able to turn around 3 stocks in a row. Going against Charizard, probably going to see the back throw here. Nope, it's going to be the up throw instead. Still going to be able to find that elimination there, get rid of that first stock. But Burn already 130% on their second, so really going to struggle here. But any damage they get here is going to be good because they're going to lose the second one soon, and they're going to be at a pretty large deficit if they don't stack up some damage.
Anything could be taking the stock right now. I like seeing these down tilts at the ledge from JJ. Can easily set up into a kill. And just like that, JJ sitting at a 2-1 stock lead at 35%. This could be so big, but Boone trying to get some Squirtle stuff out, but again, just not tight enough on these frames. JJ was able to get a counter out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We're definitely seeing a lot of not being tight enough on these frames, not necessarily playing at the speed they need to be. JJ reacting a little bit faster, playing a little bit more consistently, and I really do think that's going to cost Burn, who started off so strong, but now all of a sudden we're seeing JJ really come back even stronger.
And even if Boone doesn't have necessarily a true confirm at that point, it would just be best to wait, because JJ has established out of disadvantage, they're almost always going to be pressing the button. The best thing that you can do is dash back and wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And Burn just constantly being stuck on ledge here, not going to be able to do much against it. And the side B, yeah, that's going to kill. Horrible DI there. That was definitely not a good look. I'm actually shocked that killed, but that's going to secure a second round victory there for JJ.
Wow, and again, JJ is as soon as they picked up a bit of momentum, they just took that set all the way with them. Not the close. Once again, I was expecting the set to go from the beginning, but you know what? They were able to prove me wrong. And yeah, just all the way up, It's like a bit of a DI mix-up, right? Because it's actually impossible to react. Well, if it's possible, it's extremely difficult, especially on Wi-Fi, to the direction you're going to be sent at.
Yeah, absolutely. That was definitely an unfortunate thing coming through there. And the DI was, yeah, that was, whew. Like you said, pretty much impossible there. But JJ able to come back with a reverse 3-stock. I mean, that was nasty. Almost loses the first round pretty aggressively, and then turns it all the way around. Pretty much only drops 1 stock afterward. JJ looking good. I mean, if that's what the rest of George Washington University has to offer, this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah. And what a way to open this off. So I have to say, like, GW is already looking a lot stronger this season than they did last time. The other schools, even though they didn't even have like a full roster, I feel like we didn't see necessarily the strongest performances from some of the players. So it's really, really nice for me to just to be able to see like, hey, they're definitely bringing a little bit of heat into this competition. And guys, with that being said, we are watching EGF. If for those of you guys that aren't following EGF SSBU and official EGF, you should be doing so. Costs absolutely nothing to do so. And then you should go ahead and follow our lovely stream producer, House of 3000, at House of 3000 on Twitter, on Twitch. They are the premier tri-state and New York broadcasting organization. Every Wednesday they have the Xeno Wi-Fi weekly series, so come check that out if you're so inclined. Then you could also follow my lovely co-caster at Septimus.
Or my lovely co-caster at Dara M. Garia, there at the bottom. It's right below our names. We've been hanging out here all night. Both of us are here every single week, whether we're working with each other or somebody else. We're always around. I don't know if Dara does any other games, but I'm here all week. Rocket League, Overwatch, Smash, I'm all over the place, so definitely check us out because you pretty much can't get rid of us. We're here one way or another, so you might as well learn to love us and hang out with us along the way. Like Doris said, huge shout out to House of 3000, Devin, Dill, they are great guys all the way around, and they're great producers nonetheless, so it's really awesome to hang out with them and work with them. Huge shout out to all of you watching, of course. I'm going to give that generic thank you for joining us thing, because of course, we couldn't do what we do without you guys, so thank you so much for being here, because casting to no one would be incredibly boring, so I'm really glad you guys are here to join us. And Dara did run over this at the beginning. I'm going to do it again really quickly. This is a modified crew battle, which means every set they're going to play best of 3 instead of just playing 1-to-1 every time. So somebody may lose, you're going to see it again at least one more time. So every single set between these 5 matches is going to be a best of 3, just as a reminder.
Yep, so for every stock that you're left with at the end of the game, that's going to be 1 point, and then if you win the set, that's going to be 2 points, good?
Yep.
So in the first game, JJ won with 1 stock, that's 1 point. Then the second game, they won with 2 stocks, so that's going to be 2 more points, and then because they won that set, that's going to be another 2 points. So giving them a 5-0 lead over Tennessee, which is an excellent way to open off.
Absolutely.
And again, like the trend that we have seen up until this point is if a school establishes that early lead, more often than not, they do tend to hold on to it for the majority of it. So I'm curious to see if University of Tennessee is going to be able to fight back on it a little bit. Taking a look at the roster for today, it seems we have Justin from GW going up against her from Tennessee. Well, I lied. No, we're going to be seeing Spanman from the University of Tennessee. Again, because these are the first time we're seeing these players, we wouldn't be able to give you the sauce on who they are, what's going on with them. So if anybody in chat would like to enlighten us, now's the time.
Yeah, now's the time to do it because like Dara said, we've got new teams here, we've got new players, and my spreadsheet does not have any information punched in about them yet. So I will punch it in as we move forward here, but definitely, if you guys can let us know who they play beforehand, that would be huge because we're going in blind, just like probably most of you watching.
Yeah. And guys, while we do have a minute, we can always just run past a couple of quick reminders. Number 1, if you're not keeping yourself hydrated, you're making a big mistake, bucko, okay? Because, you should have like a massive bottle of water near you. We've been here for like the last 6 hours or so. I know I've been keeping myself hydrated. You should be too. And second of all, guys, stretch yourselves. Get up.
Posture check in general. If you're slouching, sit up because you're probably hunched over right now and you didn't even realize. So while we're here, water bottle check, slouch check, get them fixed, folks. Because Dara and I right now, until these players go into this lobby, we have nothing else to do other than make sure you guys are hydrated, having a good time, and you're sitting up and correcting your spines.
Yeah. Couldn't have said better myself, friend. And also, another thing that I always really like talking about because I feel like a lot of people don't do this, stretching your hands, especially if you play on a controller, man, life-changing, truly. Making sure all your fingies are nice and flexible so that you can game at peak perfection. Trust me, it's so important for the long run. Please make sure to go ahead and do it. There's a million YouTube tutorials out there. Just please make sure to end up taking care of yourselves, because you only got one body. You gotta make do with what you got.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just am very excited to move into this because I've mentioned this already, but while we're talking about things, I'll mention it again. 2 new schools, GW. They're not new, so to speak, but they're new again. They are new to us. They're being re-welcomed into the EGF family. And University of Tennessee, coming in with a clean slate, brand new team. We know nothing about them. Like I said, my spreadsheet, I haven't punched anything in because I don't know anything about them yet. So I'm absolutely stoked to figure out how these teams come through and how they really perform, to see if they can really establish a name amongst these other teams. Because right now, our teams at the top of the leaderboard, Siena and DePaul and St. Peter's, these teams that have really come in and made a name for themselves. Are we going to see GW or Tennessee kind of up with the rest of those names, or are we going to see them kind of fall in somewhere else in the ladder?
Yeah, and I guess that's the question, and we'll be able to get like a better gauge, a better probing of like how they're gonna be doing, as the set does go on. Man, we're just sort of waiting for them to hop into the arena. I guess the best thing that we can do in the meantime is just check into the captain's channel. It looks like we are gonna be seeing the ban from GW gonna be like banning FD. And from the University of Tennessee, we're going to be seeing no Smash for Land Battlefield. So you know what that means? We're probably going to PS2. It's inevitable.
Yep.
It always happens. Just say you're going to PS2. It's so easy.
Your starter is probably FD or PS2. So if FD is banned, you're probably seeing PS2. Now, Dara, because we've seen FD banned early on, do you think that one of these players is going to be bringing out a heavy hitter? Because like you talked about already, FD not necessarily the best map for those heavier characters.
Yeah, it's really difficult for characters who don't have like a lot of mobility, and like who maybe don't have necessarily the best airspeed, because again they get a lot of their jumps called out. So that's more often than not why we would be seeing that kind of a ban so early on. And
I want to see a King K rule. I want to see someone bring out a K rule. I want to see somebody. I've not seen a competitive K rule. I've been here with EGF for like, we're on week 13. I've been here for maybe 8 or 9 of them. No one plays K rule. No one plays. Okay. I need it. I need a King K rule.
For you to actively say, I want to see King K rule.
I need it.
I hope you're doing good. I hope everything's okay. Like I'm worried. So just gonna quickly like type up a DM, just like reaching out guys.
You good, fam?
Who knows?
All right, wait, I heard it. Let's see. It's going to be a Palutena and an Ike. Okay, so a heavier character there. We've got the Ike coming out. We're going up against a Palutena.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as like Palutena gets something started in Ike, obviously, it's going to be really big damage. He excels on PS2, so it's just going to be up to Spawn Man to be able to jump in on Justin, who already finds it down to go into the forward, and keeping Palu in the corner where the options are quite limited right now. Right now, Justin is just not able to take into account the airspace, but getting a bit of a combo started, not full hopping that neutraler, not getting all of those hits, but still being able to clean it up a little bit with an up air.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see Ike struggle a little bit, because as soon as Palutena gets to start any kind of combo, I think that's really when Ike is going to start to fall apart.
Ooh, trying to link the nail into the up air, not able to find it quite yet. Justin trying to call out a jump there with the up air, not able to find that either. Both of them are just kind of scrapping a little bit, covering one another's movement options preemptively. And if that's going on, and they're both kind of whiffing, that's like usually a huge sign like, okay, slow this down, try to overshoot a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know there's a couple of Palutenas kind of scattered amongst EGF. The only one I can think of, and if you're in the chat and don't play Palutena, please don't flame me, but I think Cookie at DePaul plays Palutena. Yes. And that might be wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, they are quite good at it. So to see another Palutena coming out here and kind of asserting a little bit of a dominance, we're going to see Spanman. We're going to see them struggle a little bit just in general, because Palutena really just has an initial lead in this matchup here. I think Palutena definitely just works a little bit better if she gets that the Nair train that she can get so aggressively. I think we could really see her kind of take this Ike to school. But right now, I mean, even though they're down a stock, we're definitely seeing them keep it at least a little bit consistent here.
Finally being able to clean that one up. Palutena getting the F-throw for a bit of stage control, and that is an Ike without a double jump off stage. Justin, instead of throwing out an F-tilt or anything to be able to like smack Ike out of that side B, just sort of kind of lets it happen. And that's the moment you really got to capitalize on Ike. He is so vulnerable in that position, almost getting it with the explosive flame once again, but Spamman really smart to let it go a little bit early.
Yeah, Justin definitely playing a very aggressive, just kind of mid-stage kind of thing. We're seeing a lot of those flames come out, trying to keep Ike off stage, but then the reactions are coming out just a little bit too slow. So we're seeing something happen maybe not as quickly as it needs to be.
So yeah, they're just both going to be like slowly adjusting their timings. Justin already whiffing a couple of ledge options there, but able to
there's
clean it
another
up
one.
with a dash attack. And I feel like the next time that Spanman's going to be off stage, Justin has really started to like think about like, okay, up smash can cover high and low. This could be really huge for me. But Spanman with the conversions on deck had the right idea with the dash attack, but just a little bit too far back to get it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you mentioned this already, the explosive flames coming out from Justin. We saw the adaptation already. They went from explosive flame, and then they said, okay, I need something that covers kind of all of these areas at once. So like you said, the up smash came out. Okay, Spanman, once again, pulling seemingly just what seems to be happening time and time again today, getting eliminated down to that first stock and really being kind of roughed up, but then all of a sudden on that final stock, coming back to life, putting in the work, and really turning this around.
Alright, now, this is definitely Justin's stock to take. They had the juggle, but really good idea to drift to the ledge there. Very confident in their timing, understanding that Palutena would not be able to get the dash attack at that moment in time. And cleans it up with a down air, not quite. They didn't get the spike hitbox.
The spike hitbox did not come through. That should have been a guaranteed win there for Spanman, and that would have been nothing short of incredible.
That upbeat will do it. Yeah, that move is so absolutely powerful, but wow. I'm like tight for Spanman just because like they had the right idea on the positioning, they made the right commitment, they knew that Justin was gonna go low for the up B, and then didn't get it. And it's just like, oh, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, that was definitely unfortunate to say the least. The victory does still come through, and I think it's Spawn Man, not Span Man. I think now that I'm looking, the player punched in their own name and capitalized that W. That may be there for us because we missed it, but it also may be there just in general, kind of a joke of maybe he's going to get that W today. We saw that he's got that first victory already on lock, and now moving forward, they've only got to do it one more time. And I think we both, I mean, at least I did, I don't want to speak for you in case I'm wrong, but I think we both kind of thought the Palutena was going to take this, and then the series definitely kind of flipped on its head a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And really that just kind of boiled down to like Spanman on that last stock was able to find a lot of those kill confirms a lot quicker than Justin was able to, and then Justin wasn't also fishing for a lot of these combo starters, right? So relatively speaking as well, Justin was dying at the ledge at much earlier percents than Spanman was as well. Spanman was like allowed to get back onto the stage quite often, while Justin was still sort of finding the timings to punish the quick draws. And then especially towards the end, when we did see Spanman like, started to get called out for those quick draws a bit, we saw those adjustments to going for up B, and Justin was not ready to punish those.
Yeah, I think Justin, like you said, kind of the lack of combo setups. We didn't see any nairs, which is kind of surprising. That's kind of what Palutena is all about. A lot of her combo setups come from those nairs, and kind of, like I said, that nair train that I refer to so often. We saw the up smash a couple of times, but only coming out as a ledge guard, and I think that more consistently could be used to stack a lot of damage when an Ike is going to be approaching you. I don't know, definitely an unusual way to play Palutena. I'm no Palutena expert by any means, but I feel like we missed a lot of combo setups there.
Like, if Palutena's neutral and good, she's stuck in that animation for quite a bit. If she's not hitting it, it's really going to be apparent that she's not hitting it, right? And if you're a character with Ike and you have those kinds of disjoints, that is a move that is extremely whip punishable. Too many people do tend to respect the neutral in the wrong places. So, I mean, more than anything, it's a great tool to catch people standing in place who short hopping, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But, as soon as Palutena whiffs that move, that could, present the opportunity for a big punisher. So going to game 2, they're going to be opting for the final destination, which, is an excellent stage to take Ike to as Palutena, already racking up 33% and keeping Ike in the corner, not able to find a down throw into the forwarder quite yet, but wow, just look at this corner pressure from Justin, already 72.
Yeah, we talked about this already. Final Destination, not a good place for those heavy hitters. And just, Ike is going to be one of them. He's not going to be the heaviest of hitters, but he's definitely going to struggle a little bit here on this map because he really has nowhere to go. And if you get him off stage, he's really going to start to struggle because then you can kind of ledge guard him and lock him up. The explosive flame comes out again a little bit too far away. And a back throw here, you think would be able to get him a little bit further off stage, but 130% already, and we're not even a minute into this matchup. So Justin definitely taking a very aggressive lead here. Is he going to be able to hold on to it? That's going to be the question.
Aggressive, that explosive flame just was so big for Spanman. Gave him the window of opportunity to be able to get in.
Ooh.
Justin a little bit overly ambitious with that whiff punish. You're either going to be, you gotta be in the right position for it, and I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, like I said, Justin had the lead there, but then immediately lost it, at least able to tie things back up, but not going to be able to go much further than that. So it's going to be hyper-aggressive moving forward. Both of these folks are going to be looking to find that stock early on. They're going to look to be giving themselves a lead. Justin got to be embarrassed after that one. I'm sure one of his teammates probably going to clip that and give him crap for it, but I'm sure I would have done the same thing. So, I mean, playing Palutena, I could never understand the intricacies that this must contain, and right now 44 to 45, it really doesn't get much closer than that one.
I love some of these adaptations that we're seeing from Spanman. We're starting to see a lot more grabs, and that's because Justin is consistently like whiffing an aerial or hitting shield and then starting to shield on the own. So we're seeing Spanman started to adapt a little bit and be able to get those grabs and a beautiful two flame with neutral B, teleport recoveries. You just gotta wait for the audio cue and let it rip.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like you said, audio cue is definitely something a lot of people don't think to rely on during games like this and Smash just in general, but an audio cue could be the most helpful thing. Justin, able to tie it up once again. Are they going to be able to take us to our first game 3 of the day? Or no, wait, I'm not sure that's true. Are they going to be able to take us to a game 3 just in general? We see 33% online, Ike versus Palutena, and again, you give that Palutena that mild advantage going up against an Ike, but Justin not really following through on the combos maybe as often as you'd expect.
Ooh, and Ike already trying to get something started here with some of these falling aerials. Not able to find it too much. Justin trying to go through the up out of the explosive flame, almost catching Spanman's option. Excellent spot dodge, but you got to take into account that win box. It pushes you a little bit too far back to whiff punish.
Yeah, absolutely. And now 91% off the side of the stage, able to use that side special to get in there. 70 to 91, Ike can absolutely kill at 70. So Palutena getting down to that final marker there, trying to go for that kill, and it's going to be the up smash, or the up air, excuse me. Yeah, that's going to be it. That's going to be a double victory there coming out for Swanman. A phenomenal look coming. It's going to be able to tie things back up. I think that ties it up. I think it's 5-5 now.
Yeah, I believe
it's either 4-5 or 5-5.
No, it should be 6-5. It should be 6-5.
6-5. Oh.
Wait, no. I might.
Hold on. I think it's 4-5 because he only won with one stock in that second game. So I think it's going to be 4-5 in favor of GW. But we'll find out in a minute. I'm sure our wonderful producer Dill will have those scores on us right after these replays. But Justin, that kill right there, man. That death right. That I don't know. That was. I just don't even know what happened there.
Yeah, wouldn't be able to tell you either. So, I mean, I believe you can shorten Palutena's teleport distance, or maybe, yeah, with some teleport recoveries you can. Somebody correct me on that if that's not the case, but not really sure what happened. Justin did not snap onto the ledge. He probably just went like a little bit too deep, if anything. But either way, really good stuff to Spanman. That means that GW is going to be going, It should be 5-4, right? Yeah, because they won.
I believe
1 point
so,
in the beginning,
but I'm
1
not
point
positive.
the second game, and then 2 points for winning the set. So it should be 5-4. Absolutely.
Yeah, so right now, I mean, things don't get much closer than that. 1 point of difference, but, there still is that 1 point. GW, they're going into this next matchup. They're still going to have that lead, even if it is just a little bit mild. So they definitely want to take that. Maybe they have that momentum. Coming up next, we've got 6 players to choose from, and I mean 3 on each team, and all these players going to be bringing somebody new. Sorry, I got really close to my webcam there. My leg fell asleep, but we, things could really come out. I don't know anything about these players, so I really don't have much to talk about. It's going to be Bunji Boy and Mocha, I believe. Mocha from University of Tennessee, and Bunji Boy going to be here from GW.
Yeah, and once again, if anybody in chat would like to enlighten us as to who these guys plays,
it would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, it'd be phenomenal. It'd be actually, as a matter of fact, it'd be quite pog, if I do say so myself.
Fair enough. It would.
It would. Yeah, it'd be kind of sick if somebody let us know.
Okay.
Yeah, and damn, we already went through all the announcements. We went through the health checkups. Man, I'm telling you, I'm looking at my mental script right now. I'm like, wow, I'm running out of options here.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely no big deal. We got to wait for these players to get into lobby, and we can talk about what we've seen already. I mean, you guys have saw it with us. We saw Incineroar come back from a almost complete shutout, was able to secure that victory not only in the first game where they reversed 3 stocks, but they then completed that second game only losing 1 stock. And if you're just now joining us, it's going to be what happened.
For one of the first times I have ever seen it, they have gentlemen to PS2 instead of striking to it by accident. It's
amazing. Amazing.
Incredible. I don't think you understand how infrequently this happens. More often than not, they always end up striking. Everybody always ends up striking and ends up on PS2. And this time, we've defaulted to PS2. Ma, we made it. We made it. We're at the top.
We made it. PS2, one of the probably most consistent competitive maps to be seeing in Smash. I would say probably top 3 most played competitive maps, but I don't know if that's
the most. I mean, it's probably the most. It's
I was gonna say it's got to be at least top 3, if not the most competitive or most played competitive map.
It's it's the standard, you know. If your character doesn't do well on PS2, more often than not, sounds like you probably need a different character because it's like the good equalizer, you know. It's a stage that you got to be like comfortable on.
Yeah, absolutely, and kind of a little bit similar to Overwatch, but maybe not the same thing. Is everybody kind of has a comfort map, kind of a comfort pick, where they pick something they feel they're going to be playing their best on, and they feel they might have kind of a home field advantage. And I don't know if that really carries over to Smash because a lot of the maps are the same. They've got different skins on them, and they may be slightly different. But overall, I think that was definitely what I'd be expecting here. Is maybe they're going to pick a map just to feel a little bit more comfortable on it. Maybe think they've given themselves a small advantage because it's one they've played hundreds of times.
Yeah. I guess the only thing that we can do is just wait for the game to be able to start. And we hear the lovely, incredible sound of them jumping into the arena. So hopefully it'll only be a momentary pause of dead air before we jump in.
Yeah, we definitely got to just wait for it a little bit here. Can ask our producer in just a minute. But it looks like you said, PS2 coming up. So they've got the map. Now we're just waiting for character select. So it's really going to be just they've got to figure out who they want to play, when they want to be playing them. And coming up, you know, you want to maybe not start your strongest. It's kind of a strategy you see coming out from some folks. You see, you know, maybe they play something, kind of a comfort pick. Okay, that didn't work. I'm going to resort to my main or my secondary option. But things are...
I mean, at the end of the day, with like any sort of competitive game, it just like kind of like devolves into like, what's your intent, right? Like, some days of the week, you know, if I'm entering a bracket, you know, I'd just be like, hell yeah, I'm just trying to have a good time today, you know, and I'd throw somebody else out. But if I'm, you know, really feeling myself in my main, that's who I'd open up with. So at the end,
I hear the sound.
It's just personal preference. Whew, that was a tough one.
I hear it. That was some dead air. It's going to be Pokemon Trainer again, Boonja Boy here, and Mocha going to be on Wolf. So this is, again, a matchup I can't say I'm super familiar with.
Pokemon Trading Wolf is you know, it's you know, some pretty like standard top tier stuff. Both of them have some pretty consistent advantage states on one or the other. Mocha making really good use of those lasers just to sort of stop Boonja Boy in his tracks right now, and just like calling out all of these dash-ins.
Absolutely, and Squirtle definitely one to die at a pretty low percent. Wolf one to kill at a pretty low percent. So we could see a dangerous combination here of Squirtle versus Wolf. If Wolf's able to pick up any kind of combos, if Mocha here is able to find anything, they could... I feel Boonja Boy at 62% is already kill territory if Mocha can really pull this off.
Oh, Mocha trying to connect the back air out of the forwarder, but unfortunately did not compensate properly for that jump height. Not going to be able to find it quite yet. That back air going to be able to send Boonja Boy off stage. Right now they're going to be looking for an out of shield punish. Did not account for all of the multi-hits of Ivysaur's neutral air. You got to be mindful of that. Anytime a multi-hit's hitting your shield, or if it looks like it's going to shield poke, you got to be able to tilt it accordingly too.
Yeah, absolutely. And Boonja Boy now at 113%. Ivysaur can live a little bit longer, but against a Wolf, I'm not sure 122% is realistic. And yeah, it's going to be that up smash that's able to find him very early on.
And right now Mocha's sitting only at 90%, but Charizard definitely has the ability to take it whenever he wants. Good, well-placed back here, perhaps an F-tilt at the ledge. Whenever Charizard has his back facing towards you, you sit at shield. You're not jumping, you're not doing anything, you're not pressing. You gotta be afraid of that button.
Yeah, absolutely. And Boonja Boy able to get rid of that first stock there, putting Mocha on their second. And Squirtle, like I said, it's just constantly, I feel myself on the edge of my seat tensing up. Like, I'm nervous to watch a Squirtle up against a Wolf because Wolf can kill so quickly, and Squirtle just, he's so light.
Yeah, definitely, but it's also sometimes difficult just because of, Squirtle's miniature hitbox to be able to land
Yeah,
a hit
that's
on him.
true. That's
and
true.
he definitely has the ability to jump in and out. Right now, Boonja Boy with a really solid advantage state, not able to find the 2-flame quite yet. Just continuing to perpetuate Mocha's disadvantage. Wow, he has to be a lot more careful about his tech options.
Yeah, definitely have to watch out. Mocha's I feel like made a couple of misplays there off stage, and we've seen Boonja Boy almost able to take advantage of them, but constantly just a couple of frames, a couple of seconds away. Now it's gonna be as simple as that forward smash, able to find that second stock on Mocha, and Boonja Boy for the first time all game, able to take a steady lead.
Ooh, I really like the idea to empty hop back. That seems like it was maybe misinputted, like wave bound to Razor Leaf. Not a lot of Ivy Swigs will be going through Bullet Seed like that, but able to send a neutral, sending Wolf back off stage. And now Boonja Boy is fighting their way out of this corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see Boonja Boy trying to make their way out of the corner, and it's going to apparently require Charizard to do that. And I definitely get why this is happening, because being ledge trapped by Wolf there, you're going to have to play a heavy character, because Wolf is able to really take advantage of that. The up smash probably would have killed Squirtle, maybe, or definitely would have killed Squirtle, but I was going to say maybe even Ivysaur, but Charizard just barely able to survive. 140% now, able to stack up a little bit more damage, trying to ledge trap Mocha just a little bit, but not able to do so quite yet. Keep in mind, folks, every single percent that Boonja Boy just got there was complete extra credit, because now they're on their final stock. And we just saw that 50%. But, I mean, Wolf could get 50% in 2 seconds, so they're really going to have to be careful here.
And right now, Squirtle able just to sort of once again force Mocha into the corner. Right now, they're just like really making it difficult for them to get anything started, but that F tilt could be so big. I really like the distance that Mocha played at. They were anticipating the side B, they positioned themselves to be able to react, and they were able to dash attack Squirtle for it. So that was so solid. But now, once again, that's going to be Wolf trying to fight his way back onto the stage. I love the high recovery option. Boonja Boy was just not ready for it.
Yeah, the high recovery, Boonja Boy was planning to only cover that corner. We saw that forward smash again, and Mocha that was a fool me once situation. Wasn't going to fall for it twice in a row. Now having to swap to that Charizard to return the side special, going to keep them alive for just a moment. And now 95 to 106. Boonja Boy can definitely live longer, but Wolf can probably take out a Charizard pretty soon here. So Boonja Boy's definitely running out of time to make something happen.
And then Boonja Boy had the right idea with going through the grab, but again, I feel like a lot of people don't space themselves far back enough. They don't compensate for people's ledge roll distances.
Agreed.
Right now, Boonja Boy sort of full hopping a lot of neutral, baited out the side B, but no punish from them quite yet. They're able to find the grab, gets the back throw for a bit of stage control, and ready to catch the high recovery, but again, no punish on it.
Yeah, like you said, the grab was super smart, the back throw was great, and it's going to be the up throw that's all that matters. Mocha going to be taken out there, and Boonja Boy able to find a kill 117%, so a great look there. That's going to be a very early lead coming out for George Washington University once again. Currently up by 1 point, but that's going to increase their lead just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this is a pretty good showing for both of these players, but
Agreed.
ultimately, like what happened is like Boonja Boy was just able to put on low percent damage so much more. Mocha was not able to find a lot of grabs at low percents, and more than anything, they really struggled to get those kills on Charizard. Seeing like, Charizard live up smash at that percent, like such a good choice. Wolf, if Wolf can't consistently find those 2 frames, and he can't kill with the smash attack, he doesn't not have a lot left. But I will say Mocha did an excellent job of catching a lot of Boonja Boy's jumps. I would like to see some more safely spaced empty hops just to be able to bait out those anti-air attempts.
Yeah, I definitely think we need to see a little bit of adaptation coming from Mocha, because I think what we saw really was good. Don't get me wrong, definitely would have dunked on me any day of the week, but definitely wasn't there to respond to a lot of what we saw from Boonja Boy. I think Mocha got incredibly lucky with one of those stock eliminations, and I think maybe just a little bit more consistent off stage. I'm not sure if that's really what they need, but I think that wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, for sure. And I honestly think like some of Boonja Boy's ledge trapping, they definitely have the right idea on what options to cover sometimes. But they're not always like properly spaced around Wolf or visualizing the range that they could play at. But they have the right ideas, they have a lot of the right options. They're going for like a lot of the right things, but just like a couple of really, really tiny things could be cleaned up a little bit, and we could be seeing Boonja Boy getting stocks even easier. So going into game number 2, it seems like the stage they're going to be going to is not going to be either Yoshi's or Lilat. Going to be coming from bans from GW, probably just for consistency's sake. I don't think that's a particularly bad idea either. because we do see the Pokemon trainer from GW go for like a lot of jab blocks.
Yeah.
And when you have slanted edges on the stage, like it makes it the game literally does not let you get to jab blocks.
Yeah, the jab blocks
can make it so much more difficult.
Yeah, the jab blocks are definitely a lot easier to choke there because it's just, like you said, the game pretty much doesn't let it happen. So you definitely don't want those slanted platforms on the side. And as sad as I am to see Yoshi's, because I do love to see it, but apparently, I get why it's not being chosen here. Do you think there's any map that we're going to see that isn't PS2 again?
Nope, they're going to PS2.
All right, perfect.
It's Smash Ultimate, baby. We don't deviate from comfort stages. All we know is how to practice platform extensions on PS2, eat hot chip, and lie. It's me actually. I'm actually completely distracted. So I'm. Listen. As soon as you take me out of PS2, as soon as you take anybody out of PS2, it's pain and suffering for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Boonja Boy and Mocha, they're going to go toe-to-toe here. They're going to take this one all the way to the grave. Pokemon Trainer versus Wolf once again. The pressure's going to come out here, because like you said, I think if either of them made just a couple more micro mistakes, that could have ended completely differently.
They're going to be running it back right now. Both of them are still sort of playing at a bit of a safe distance. Boonja Boy able to catch the jump in. Not much of a follow-up. Neither of them getting much follow-up, just sort of exchanging little bits here and there. Not really, They're not perfectly positioned to be able to follow up, and sometimes that's okay. Sometimes you just gotta scrap.
Yeah, like you said, sometimes you just gotta scrap. You gotta stay in the middle of the stage and just do your absolute best. And right now, 53-52, Boonja Boy able to pick up a very small combo there, just a couple of hits and coming out very aggressively. It's gonna be just a couple of difference here, 16% difference. Boonja Boy almost kills themselves there. That was an almost unfortunate thing, a bit of a SD almost coming out. But right now, pressure from Mocha once again coming down 74%. Boonja Boy only at 52, and I feel like they're both playing with much more respect than we saw last time. They both seem a little bit more nervous to get near one another.
Now, I have to say, I like these commitments to these tech chases from Boonja Boy. They are always anticipating the tech roll in. That is a huge call out to Mocha. You have to be able to mix those up. You have to recognize the situations that you're in. Now, granted, they're not necessarily dying off of those hits, but once again, an excellent jab block attempt from Boonja Boy. Whenever they do have Squirtle out, consistently, again, they're just finding them constantly.
Yeah, they're definitely finding just a lot of opportunity here, and putting the pressure on is really what it is all about. And Boonja Boy able to find that first stock, but taking a lot of damage in the process. So definitely looking for as much extra credit as they can get here. But Mocha, a Wolf, I can't say it enough, constantly just waiting to find an opportunity, and you blink and all of a sudden your stock is gone.
For sure. Boonja Boy trying to cover the ground space a little bit there with the F smash. But, that was, wow. That was a little bit spotty. That was a little bit questionable, but you know what? Still able to find the kill. Nonetheless, this could be huge damage, huge stage control right now. Trying to get a preemptive win box, not able to find it. Mocha so smart, waiting to up B below the ledge.
Boonja Boy now 31% of that second stock, only a little bit behind Mocha. All that extra credit really does not matter that much because it really did not help them put the pressure down.
Ooh, right now, obviously at the ledge, this is going to be so scary for Wolf. This is some amount of lag for sure. Not really sure what's happening, with the connection, but able to connect the Razor Leaf into the up B, nonetheless finds the kill, and Boonja Boy sitting at a confident stock lead.
Yeah, now it's going to be a very confident stock lead, and I like that every 5 to 10 seconds the game just pauses for a brief moment so we can really analyze that single frame coming through. It's going to be 65-46. Like you said, a very confident one stock lead coming through here. 60% extra credit already coming out in favor of Boonja Boy. So Mocha on that last stock, they were able to try to secure a win last time, but the pressure coming out now,
Down throwing to side B, that was excellent, but unfortunately not able to get much more than a bit of damage off of it. I love the conversion attempt. Boonja Boy able to get a dash attack, trying to go deep, forces a side B back onto the ledge, but Olu commits to that dash grab, giving Mocha the opportunity he needs to get back on. I love this platform positioning and movement. Baits the whiffed button from Boonja Boy and finds the kill. Mocha, that ledge trap was so good.
There it is. It's going to be as easy as that. That's going to be a JV2 coming out from Boonja Boy there, able to find that dash attack onto Mocha, take him out of the game, and secure another victory for George Washington University tonight.
I do have to say, that internet was not
spotty? Yeah, definitely not good for our players there, and I'm sure not good for those of you watching, because nobody likes to watch a game with even a little bit of lag in it, so I apologize, folks, about that, but hopefully we'll try to get that figured out for you next time.
Yeah, sometimes your internet's bad, or you don't have Ethernet plugged in, or sometimes Smash is Smash. Our net code is not incredible, so we are simply born to suffer. The day that we can consistently play offline again, man, let me tell you, joyous days ahead of us. Eventually.
Yeah. Absolutely, that'll be the day to behold, to say the very least, because Wi-Fi Smash is a brand new world, especially compared to those beautiful lands that we all got to be a part of and will hopefully get to be a part of very soon as well.
Yeah, and with that being said, right now, this gives George Washington University a 9-4 lead over the University of Tennessee. We don't have the next players confirmed quite yet, so we'll be able to get back to you on that momentarily. But we do know from George Washington we're going to be seeing Cranberry. We have that guaranteed, not really sure quite yet, from University of Tennessee. Guys, once again, if you know who Cranberry plays, if you know who anybody else on the Tennessee roster plays, please go ahead and let us know. We need things to talk about.
Yeah, we absolutely do need things to talk about, because in these little downtimes, you guys just get to watch us fumble for things to talk about. So we're going to do that a little bit here. It looks like Cranberry will be representing GW in the next matchup, but University of Tennessee hasn't had their representative coming through quite yet.
Yeah. In the meantime, now we could just talk about like what really happened last game. Boonja Boy was just really good at finding a lot of those jab blocks, and when they weren't finding the jab blocks, they punished a lot of techs in. And those two really big habits is the most consistent way that they've sealed out stocks, right? So we saw Mocha get a tech, always goes back to center stage, always tries to cross up Boonja Boy, and you know, it's just amazing option coverage. So that's like a huge shout out. Like, you gotta be ready to mix those up. You gotta be ready just to be comfortable using all those options and having the awareness. This is what my opponent is going for. This is what they're looking for. This is what they've done up until now, so that you can make, you know, like just more like educated decisions about like what to do in disadvantage like that.
Absolutely. And Dara, I wanted to bring this up as well. I often don't talk about myself on stream because I know I'm going to get flamed for who I main, but I feel like this is a good opportunity to talk about who we play in Smash and why we cast the game. So if you would like to go first before I embarrass myself on stream, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I play Ness, and I play a lot of Ness. And I think my Ness isn't bad. So if anybody in chat wants to money match, by the way, my DMs are open. Anyways, I play Ness. I love Ness. I've just been playing Ness since the end of Smash 4. And, you know, just like a handful of others. How about you? Talk to me about it.
I play 2 characters, and one of them I may not say here on stream. I play 3, but my Ice Climbers aren't very good. I just really like them. I think they're a lot of fun. So I play Ice Climbers, but that's more of a for fun thing. My competitive characters are Pac-Man and Piranha Plant, respectively. I always get made fun of when I say that I play Pac-Man because nobody wants to go up against a Pac-Man. But joke's on you guys, because I'm not that good at the game to begin with. That's why I'm behind the desk instead of in the game like the rest of you.
Wow, what a way to put me on the spot.
Hey, Dara, you're probably much better than I am. I will be the first to admit that. I love the game, but I also have nerve damage in my fingers, so I'm not very good at video games, guys. I have to talk about them instead.
Listen, friend, I am no stranger to hand issues as well. I can't play on a controller. That's fine. I will always, forever, and 100% shill a box.
If we're showing off controllers, I actually have mine. You guys are going to yell at me for the wire coil, but I've got my Pikachu controller right here. You can't see it because of my ring light and my green screen, but it's got Pikachu right there, smack in the middle. He's an absolute homie. I played him a lot when the game came out, and then I just wasn't having fun with him anymore, so I kind of swapped off of that a little bit. But you know, as long as I'm not maining like King DDD, we can all have a good day, right? That was for South Beach, if he's watching. I don't know if he's watching, but
I was like about to say that was like a little bit specific and targeted. That felt like it had like a little bit of menace behind it.
That was for South Beach.
You put okay. You made a good point. You said that's why I'm behind the desk because I'm not very good at this game. You put a lot of commentators on the spot, and let me tell you, for the most part, you're right. There's like a handful who I'd go out of my way and be like, yeah, no, you kind of actually schnice at the game, myself included. Anyways, going into the set that we have in front of us, we're gonna be seeing her from University of Tennessee going up against Cranberry. from GW playing Bayonetta and Roy respectively. So this is a matchup that we saw, a little bit earlier today, not too dissimilar. So it's just going to be really up to Cranberry to be able to space themselves effectively on the ground, make sure they don't get called out by heel slide too much.
Absolutely. Bayonetta, we saw earlier today, can absolutely dominate a performance in the blink of an eye, can definitely find some combos, and like you said, you've got to keep her out of the air because that's really where she gets her strongest abilities. She gets to get a lot of combos out, and Roy obviously has to play up close. He's a sword fighter, he doesn't have any long distance abilities, and Bayonetta, I mean, if you get close enough, she's really gonna make you regret that option.
The biggest thing is, like, Bayonetta does an excellent job of calling out two things, pressing buttons at mid and jumping a lot, and wow, what an excellent side B at ledge, just to be able to close out that stock. Has the right idea on the air dodge, dashes back, finds the grab. Either way, really surprising that the Witch Time hitbox did not end up hitting Cranberry for it, but that means they're going to be living on a little bit longer as well. Ooh,
yeah, the DI on that was, the DI on that Bayonetta elimination was definitely not good either, and now we're going to see the Roy come through, like you said, the double jump. It's going to be the eliminator there. 17 to 15 on the second stock. And honestly, credit to Cranberry, because I feel like I don't see a lot of Roy players these days. And not only are they playing Roy, but they're also putting up a pretty good fight against the Bayonetta. So, I mean, that's something to brag about.
Her able to get like a bit of an extension going, tries to land onto the platform with a diagonal down, ABK. Not going to be doing too much for them. Cranberry has the right idea with that nail, but unfortunately misspaced themselves on the platform to be able to catch Bayonetta and all that special landing lag.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, these two are really keeping it neck and neck, 65 to 70 on that second stock, and Roy definitely able to find some great value there. Almost able to take out the elimination onto her, but Bayonetta, for whatever reason, just has invisible wings that can fly all of the time. She is just doing a phenomenal job keeping herself alive, and that's really kind of the most important thing is Bayonetta. She really puts in the work and tries to pretty much just outlive her opponent. I mean, that's really what the game's all about.
Yeah, she's just gonna be sort of looking for she struggles to be able to take stocks, but wow, Roy just has like a golden confirm at so many percents, able to find a jail already, and look at that, already 101 to 19% just keeps on climbing. Now what I'd like to see from Cranberry are those adaptations to the ABK from ledge. Bayonetta's are really fond of doing that, but an excellent Witch Time to be able to find the kill.
Yeah, I love the Witch Time, and I mean, not going up against it, but I just love watching it. It's a very dramatic move. It's got a lot of flair to it, and there's nothing I love more than being dramatic, so I love to see that move happen there. Cranberry now kind of at a mild deficit here, just barely trying to keep things neck and neck. Gonna take a lot of damage from the Bayonetta combo that always seems never-ending, but you finally fall out of it, and things are starting to look a little bit better. Now at 70%, but Roy, a pretty good amount heavier, not much heavier, but heavier than Bayonetta nonetheless, so can definitely kill confirm a little bit earlier as well.
Yeah, but right now, Cranberry is the one that's like really strongly controlling center stage. Her is the one that's initiating a lot, able to find the side B, or it was that the Witch Twist, excuse me. Not able to get anything else off of it though. Cranberry just holding onto the sledge so much, needs to account for Her's ABK distance, but they keep getting hit by ABK off ledge.
Yeah, definitely being hit by a lot of moves that I think are avoidable here. And Cranberry shielding it, I feel, all the wrong times. Going to be able to find the forward smash, I believe. I'm not even sure what move that was. The Witch Time was in the way, but just barely able to secure a victory there, right from underneath that bottom wire there. Just a phenomenal job from Cranberry to secure a victory, like I said, against a Bayonetta. That is something to brag about.
Yeah, for sure. Cranberry just did a really good job this game, just sort of being able to find those kills. That was an excellent counter, catching onto Her's desperation, able to close out that stock. Really, the biggest difference what separated between these two players is not only was like Her's advantage state sometimes a little bit lacking, like they weren't able to get, a lot of the heel slides, a lot of the witch twists that they could be normally looking for. But also Cranberry was just really on top of their kill confirms. They got the jab into the back here, they got the side Bs at ledge. They did Roy things, but more than anything, like the biggest thing that Her must have taken note of is that Cranberry does not really have an answer quite yet for ABK from ledge. Cranberry has either been hit by it or has just simply respected the option altogether every single time. And so, to do that, you just have to either space outside of it or try to be under it if you're short enough, and try your best to be able to punish it, because it's a nasty move off ledge. It can just sort of cheat your way back onto center stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to make so badly. I want to make like a cranberry sauce joke, but I just don't know. I don't know how to fit it in here. So if you guys hear one of those later, just spam chat and act like it was super funny because I'm gonna be thinking about it for a little while here. I'm gonna figure one out.
Sure. If you want to pigeonhole yourself into such low-hanging, I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can find a nice, clever way to make it happen, buddy.
I can do it. I can do it.
The opportunity will present itself.
Fingers crossed. But I mean, that was just a phenomenal performance. I think that might be the first Roy that I've cast since joining the Smash division here at EGF. That was definitely a nice change of pace. I feel like you don't see Roy very often.
Maybe in the EGF specifically, but I don't know. I feel like Roy is a character that we do see, a little bit often, especially offline and online. He's just Roy cheats. He's a character with an action like replay sort of built into him. He can take stocks at whatever percent that he chooses. His side B, especially on Town and City, man. If you've never been killed by Roy at Town and City at 30%, you have not yet lived.
Yeah, no, that sounds maybe a little bit too specific to not have happened to you there. So definitely not something to watch out for. We're going to be running it back, my friends. Same as always. It's going to be that Roy versus that Bayonetta. If Smash players are one thing, it's going to be stubborn. We see this very often. Somebody loses and they come back with the exact same setup. And who knows? That was actually very close. I mean, her was literally frames away from winning that matchup. So it really doesn't get much closer than that. Already able to secure a 55% combo right off the very start of things, only taking 6% themselves. And I feel like her definitely already playing a slightly more aggressive mid-stage game than we saw in that first matchup.
Right now, Cranberry just needs to slightly adjust their game plan. They're looking to call out jumps and ABKs directly, but not actually catch Bayonetta's landings, which is really where definitely she struggles a little bit more. Had the right idea to side B on shield, but was a little bit too hasty with their defensive option. They tried to bait something out. Her was able to find the stock either way. That's a shields that you really got to be playing against Bayonetta. That's going to be so much landing lag. That back air really looked unsafe on hit.
Yeah, that back air definitely did not look good, and I think right now we are going to see just an absolute masterclass on how to play Bayonetta because the heel slide coming through, trying to set up these things for the combos. But right now, Cranberry struggling a lot more than we saw in that initial matchup. Her able to really start taking advantage of the fact that Roy's reaction time may be a little bit slower.
Yeah, right now Cranberry's SDI could just be a little bit tighter, a little bit cleaner, but able to get the F smash out of shield. Finally cleaning up that stock count. Her not going to be going through any edge guards. Tries to go through this ledge trap, but is fishing through these smash attacks so much.
Yeah, like you said, fishing for these smash attacks a lot. And they finally able 2-2 stocks, but our Roy player Cranberry already at 103%, and Bayonetta just now at 4%. So Cranberry can survive a little bit longer as Roy, depending on the combo, of course, and depending on the hitboxes. But we see Cranberry just trying to farm damage because they really need to put a lot of work in here before they lose this stock, or they're going to start to struggle definitely on their final stock.
Cranberry had the right idea with that out of shield punish, but unfortunately they full hopped instead of going for the short hop. And that is going to be the up tilt into the back air, closing out the stock. Huge lead for themselves, but Cranberry just keeps on putting it on with these up airs. That's going to be huge, but no catch on the landing. Cranberry getting a little bit too defensive.
Yeah, like you said, Cranberry getting a little bit too defensive there, so definitely not a good look for them moving forward. And Cranberry on that final stock still trying to put the pressure on, but her, I mean, you've got to go through 2 stocks. That's definitely going to be a challenge, of course. Anybody at a 1 stock deficit is going to struggle, and going up against a character as consistently aggressive as Bayonetta, I mean, it's quite the mountain to climb.
Cranberry has started to make those adaptations to ABK for lunch. We see him start to bait it out and try to dash under it and punish it. And again, they had the right idea. They positioned themselves perfectly. They waited for it. And yet, no up smash, no up tilt, no nothing. I would really like to see them capitalize on it. Right now, Cranberry fishing for that side B at ledge, going to be giving up center stage as a result, as they're stuck there. But Bayonetta stuck in so much end lag.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of end lag on that setup there. Bayonetta gonna lose that second stock, and finally it's gonna be 1-to-1 stock again. We saw Cranberry come back from the very depths with what I think was a very well-timed counter, and now we're gonna see, can they do something like that again? 107%, this is really gonna be a difficult thing.
And wow, still being able to hit Bayonetta with after the witch time with the second hit of the neutral air. Right now, Cranberry's just piling on this damage. This is definitely their landing to catch. Unfortunately, a little bit too slow with that back air. Her is whiffing so many buttons for Cranberry right now, and I can't help but feel like they're starting to fish a little bit. Finds the F smash.
There it is.
Yep.
Yeah, the fishing definitely, I agree, the fishing definitely did come out there a little bit, just a mild spam of those moves, just trying to find anything to hit. And it ended up working out, but that is, of course, a very dangerous thing to do.
Yeah, they just like sort of started to dash in a little bit too much. Once you start really committing to dashes, you leave yourself so vulnerable, but actually ends up rolling right in.
Yeah, so definitely unfortunate for Cranberry, but as we've seen, these two like to bring it down to the absolute wire. Went all the way to final stock for both of them. The first game was last stock, last hit scenario, and Cranberry finally able to get her down to that third and final stock. Now we're gonna have to see. They went 1-1. Now they're gonna have to push it all the way to that game 3.
So going into this game 3, I'm just thinking about this. Like Cranberry, they're starting to get, the right idea. About spacing themselves under the platform, about spacing themselves under the ABK. I would like to see them start to secure, some kills there as a result, right? So they have the lead, now it's all about executing that punish. And the biggest thing is, again, Cranberry is trying to call out jumps from Bayonetta, but that's not really what you want to be doing unless you got a huge lead or you're so confident in that. More often than not, you want to be sitting in shield, catching Bayonetta's landings, and catching her trying to overextend on your shield. So I would like to see a little bit more passive and less committal play from, goodness, I'm completely blanking out on the name, from Cranberry.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good observation there. And Cranberry needs to be playing, I don't know, honestly, maybe a little bit less defensive, but of course running face-first sword up into a Bayonetta is probably just as much a death sentence as playing defensive to begin with. So I'm not sure if that's going to be a good thing. Of course, they're going to be running it back. Like I said, Smash players very rarely are going to be swapping off of those mains. And honestly, with games as close as these have been, I don't blame them because it's really gone both ways. I mean, at one time, that's why, of course, why we're on game 3 here. But Roy versus Bayonetta, at the end of the day, we're probably going to end up... Yeah, I was going to say back on PS2, but I felt like I was going to jinx it. So now, they're going to go toe-to-toe here. It's going to be really game 3. Somebody wins right here, right now.
So game number 3, they're still going to be running it right back to PS2, probably just gentlemening it. Not really sure how DSR would take effect here, but, if they're both chilling with it, then they can do whatever they want, when it comes to stage. Right now, her trying to get something started on Roy's shield, but I'm not sure if he has an out-of-shield option fast enough, maybe other than up B.
Yeah, I think the up B is kind of the only yeah, I agree. That's kind of the only out-of-shield move that can come out. And then, of course, if you do that over and over again, your opponent's going to start reading you like a children's book, so you're really going to have to figure something out.
Mostly, Bayonetta's side B is, so unsafe on shield.
Yeah,
if it's hitting the back of Roy's shield, I'm not sure his back could scoop in time, but I know for the fact that if he were to do a reverse up B out of shield, that would be able to consistently hit. Now, right now, again, Cranberry's just trying to catch a lot of Bayonetta's jumps, and as a result, what's happening is her is being able to initiate a little bit more.
Yeah, the initiation definitely coming through here. And this is pretty much the script that we've seen every time. Her starts off super strong, puts the pressure on a Cranberry, and usually tends to take a stock before Cranberry gets them above 50. But now we see... her not doing maybe as well. As stock hasn't come through quite yet. Cranberry, of course, up to that 100%. So we see the defensive play style coming through once again from Cranberry because they're getting really close to that kill zone. And her struggling a little bit harder to find damage, I think.
Yeah, but I do like the way that they're sort of starting to play a little bit out of shield. It is making her a little bit more reluctant to be able to press buttons. But that F smash is going to be able to take it right now. Cranberry's sitting at a huge deficit once again. They're trying to call out these diagonal down ABKs, but there you go. That's going to be the out-of-shield punish. You can't be respecting side B on your shield like that. I do like to see Cranberry starting to really understand okay, this is the aspect of the game that I have to run all the way with.
Yeah, Cranberry definitely adapting slowly but surely. We see very, very mild adaptations coming through here, trying to adjust to the way that Bayonetta is playing, and it's working out a little bit, but of course still at that massive deficit of an entire stock right now. Bayonetta, her only at 96% themselves, Cranberry already up to 70 on their second stock, so the damage is really going to have to start coming out, but with a giant fist coming out of the ground once again, I mean, if Cranberry loses the second stock before her loses their first, I think this is going to be close to over.
Cranberry right now is starting to fish a little bit too much. Luckily, they do have the platform to be able to protect him in time. Going to be getting hit by neutral B, Doesn't use the jump, which is so smart. You have to just take that hit and sort of find your way back down slowly. Up here, surprisingly, not going to be able to take it. No catch on the landing as well.
Yeah, no catch on the landing there, and her looks like finally going to lose that first stock. Cranberry has not let go of their second quite yet, so it's going to be difficult, but I feel like Cranberry is probably going to lose that second stock at any moment here. That's going to give her, of course, that full stock advantage.
That dash attack not taking it quite yet. Neutral B, again, like I really like the way that it's forcing Cranberry to go low every single time. But I would like at some point to see her commit off stage. Roy, for the most part, you know, if he's going low, he's going low, you know? So, and Bayonetta can cover a lot of space quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Bayonetta can cover pretty much the entire stage relatively quickly, at least getting in one side to the other. Setting up for a move, of course, is going to take a couple of seconds, if not a couple of milliseconds longer. Cranberry finally going to lose that second stock, only able to deal 33% to her on that second stock. So Cranberry at a serious deficit here moving forward.
And now we're seeing just Cranberry struggle to initiate so much, and that's really, you know, when Bayonetta has a lead, people don't talk enough about like her ability to air stall, her ability just to space out her buttons, and like just really play the game at her own pace. But Cranberry taking that stock so early with that F smash, an excellent lead, and that's exactly what they need to even this back up.
Yeah, we see, like you said, 16 to 12. They're able to even that back up. The aggression coming out from Cranberry, and this is absolutely doable. 12 to 16. This has really come down to the wire every single time between these two players. All three of these games gone all the way to the last stock. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. There's no way we run out the timer here with the aggression that we've seen. One of these players is going to win via elimination. It looks like right now it very well could be her, because 73% already. Cranberry's pretty much halfway to that kill zone, and her only at 20%.
But there it is, Cranberry getting the double up air. Nothing else going to be coming out of it quite yet, though. Her just still getting away with so many diagonal down. ABK's position the same exact way. I would like to see Cranberry try to position themselves for it with punish for it at some point, because anything can indeed become a habit. Scared off by the witch time, gets an F smash out of shield. Her has to be so careful because the next one can and will kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it can and absolutely will kill unless something is very much screwed up. But no, it's going to be the fist from the floor. Able to send Cranberry into the stratosphere, and her able to secure a 2-game victory there. 2 out of 3. Able to secure that victory not only for themselves, but for their team, making this team look just a little bit stronger. That's going to be a victory, of course, for the University of Tennessee. And that's going to be, I mean, the witch time there really secures that victory. Things were very close, but of course, Cranberry falls into it and can't do much. So that's going to be the end of them there.
And that means this set is actually going to be going to a set 5 finisher. So that's the first time all day of all the sets that we've commentated today where a lead was not established early on, and that school held on to it. We're actually going to be seeing a definitive set number 5. So that means right now it is 10 to 8, GW to University of Tennessee, and coming from those schools is going to be Rip Van Winkle up against Bowtie King, respectively. So they will be running it to, not sure quite yet. I guess we'll wait on the confirmation as to what stage you're going to be going. And once again, not particularly educated on either of those characters, but wow, this was a really close set, down to the last stock.
Yeah, like you said, it really was down to the last stock there. Last stock, not necessarily last hit, but it really did feel like it. They really brought it down to the wire on that. I feel like I've said that quite a few times. But like you said, coming up next is going to be Rip Van Winkle and Bowtie King. So that's going to be quite the matchup. Both these teams going 2-2. So we see University of Tennessee, they've won and lost 2 matches, and the very same for George Washington University. So it's definitely neither of these teams looking necessarily great so far, but they are coming to EGF and putting on quite a show already.
Yeah, for sure, guys. With that being said, the upcoming match is going to be our final set for tonight. There are going to be no more schools after this. So just want to say, don't leave quite yet. Hang on. This is going to be, hopefully, and exciting one. And we just got sauce that these are both of the school's captains. So exciting. So, all right. They banned Town and City, Battlefield, and Smash Hill. Side bets on where they're going to go?
PS2.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
PS2 is pretty much, that's, I mean, maybe Final Destination, but probably PS2.
Nobody bans 2FD. Nobody. It does not happen. It's inevitable. PS2 is inevitable. Just default to PS2. It just happens every single time. So much. Okay, I have a question. Since the beginning of Smash Ultimate, how many hours do you think has been spent talking about bans for them to only go to PS2?
At least 1 million.
Inevitable. It's inevitable. So to me, if you are okay with PS2 and you're not a person who bans PS2 immediately, just ask, please.
Yeah, if you don't insta ban PS2, that's probably the map we're gonna end up on is PS2. So right now, moving forward, it sounds like these heroes have selected. It's gonna be Wii Fit Trainer versus Bowser. I am baffled, to say the least. I haven't seen a Wii Fit Trainer in ages.
Yeah, so, this is going to be already a pretty difficult matchup in terms of neutral for Bowtie King. Wii Fit just sort of is able to occupy offstage, occupy the corner so well, but right now Bowtie not really giving Rip Van Winkle that opportunity. They're just piling on so much damage, but able to link those up tilts.
Yeah, the up tilts, they're definitely able to pick up quite the combo and give Bowtie King a definite run for their money. Of course, Bowtie King gonna hit a lot harder than Wii Fit Trainer, but I mean, I'm not gonna count Rip Van Winkle out here. Wii Fit Trainer's a niche pick for sure, but I mean, not a bad one by any means. So definitely an unusual thing to see. Definitely kind of a unique person, a unique character to bring out, but I mean, Rip Van Winkle very clearly knows what they're doing.
Right now the game is looking extremely even right now, getting the back hit of the forwarder to be able to send Bowtie King off stage. Right now going to be going through back through for a bit of stage control, but Wii Fit 100% comfortable here. Bowtie King with the right idea, knowing that this is probably something that you could challenge. Wii Fit going through deep breathing, but at that distance, probably not. An excellent spike catching Bowser's recovery. Because wow, once Bowser is committed to a direction, he's just kind of stuck that way.
Yeah, it's a full send. Unfortunately, that's kind of the downside of Bowser's recovery. Once he picks a direction, that is it. Unless acted on by an outside force, I mean, that Bowser is sending himself into the abyss there. Rip Van Winkle trying to get some extra credit damage here, living to 161, full rage Wii Fit Trainer. So not something you see, not something I really expected to see today. But Bowtie King, I mean, definitely getting a run for their money here up against a Wii Fit Trainer.
Push on right now. Rip Van Winkle getting a bit of a juggle going, not able to get too much else though right now. Able to get the get-up attack from the ledge just to be able to reset the situation. Right now they have a huge lead for themselves and it's only growing, and wow, Wii Fit with Rage is a beast.
It's terrifying.
F-tilt can kill exceptionally early.
Yeah, absolutely. A full rage Wii Fit Trainer. I mean, and the boots again.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, he's not wearing shoes, so it's just the feet. But Wii Fit Trainer takes the feet out, and Rip finally loses their first stock, but secures two spikes there into Bowtie King on the Bowser. So we're seeing the Bowser definitely, I mean, was at a deficit coming into this,
Oh
but
my
I
God.
mean,
All of these berries are just catching Bowtie King, standing idle a little bit too much in CQC. Rip Van Winkle is getting those buttons out a little bit faster. That's usually a big sign like, hey, you want to be shielding a little bit more. They're not going for a lot of grabs. Good catch on the overextension on shield. Able to get the punish and now controlling the ledge, but no punish on the double jump aerial.
yeah, absolutely. And like you said, a great catch coming out there. They're trying to read Wii Fit Trainer as much as they can. The soccer ball pokes the shield there just a little bit, trying to charge that salute the sun move there. And now another soccer ball trying to find Bowtie King off stage, because if you get Bowser out far enough, there's not much he can do off the back of it. Rip Van Winkle almost loses that second stock due to that slam coming out from Bowtie King, but it's going to be the back air instead that takes him out. A Bowser at 113%, Rip Van Winkle now at 0%. Both of them on their final stocks, but it's going to be a JV2. That one was a bit predictable there once that move came out from Bowser.
For sure, and honestly, Wii Fit doesn't have too much trouble worrying about up B and shield, just because, normally what can make up B a little bit annoying to punish sometimes, despite its complete unsafety on shield, is just the fact that, you can mix up cross-ups, you can make it difficult for the opponent to react, you can make it quite ambiguous, but Rip Van Winkle, really good choice to go for the F-smash there. They recognized that they were definitely within range on both sides of it. It would have been able to cover both directions, and they cleaned up the stock. The biggest thing is, Bowtie King has to be a little bit careful about the way that they're recovering. They keep on going low, and they have been spiked twice for it. So, sometimes they're just going to have to double jump up B and go high. That could be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a wise man once said, let's stretch our legs. And that's exactly what we saw Rip Van Winkle do there quite a few times. Those spikes coming out. And I mean, we just saw Bowtie King fall for it time and time again, get stuck in that exact lineup. You fall below stage, and as Bowser, I mean, there's not much you can do other than up B. That's really all it's going to be in terms of just trying to survive up against that. But Rip Van Winkle definitely doing a great job there. Bowtie King getting a run for their money.
Yeah, and right now Bowtie King just sort of struggling to fight their way out of the corner, finds their way out, but not be fully taking a bit of damage. I really like the intention behind these fade backs, but you sometimes just have to respect Bowser's buttons a little bit more because they are huge. He does have better mobility than you would anticipate sometimes. I love that header idea.
Yeah.
They were actually going to be going through something a little bit interesting there. I think that's the header into up B setup, where you can actually spin header around with you. You know, just like a little bit of tech that I saw recently implemented. Excellent angle on that header, hitting Bowtie at the ledge. Rip Van Winkle looking so confident with it.
Rip Van Winkle is actually so scary. I'm seeing some Wii Fit Trainer tech that I have never seen before. This is quite the masterclass here on the Wii Fit Trainer. I picked it up a little bit when the game first came out, but after that I really have not been playing Wii Fit Trainer, and very clearly I'm missing out on quite the matchup here because Rip Van Winkle has got this character all figured out.
Yeah, they just did a good job of keeping them out, but at that point they did run out of resources. They were forced to recover from that angle, and Bowtie King was able to find the punish on it. That grounded down, of course, not going to be able to take it quite yet. You have to always take into account that impact hitbox because it's so huge. Back throw is not going to be able to take it. Wii Fit's kill throw of choice is going to be forward throw, and again, that up tilt header is just so good for Rip Van Winkle. It's hitting Bowtie consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a phenomenal performance coming out so far from Rip Van Winkle. And Bowtie King still has that victory here, 218%, but now I'm going to lose that just a little bit. Rip Van Winkle only down by 45%, and of course that's going to pretty much vanish here as a 35% combo comes out right away, and Rip Van Winkle sneaks their way back into the lead for just a moment before that that spin comes through from Bowtie King, the pressure out once again. Wii Fit versus Bowser. I mean, Bowser's just a run for their money the entire time. This is just such an aggressive lead in terms of the Wii Fit Trainer really statistically probably coming out on top of this matchup.
Right now, once again, finding the deep breathing, Bowtie giving it a little bit too much time. Once again, they want to be able to punish it. They have to get out early. Rip Van Winkle baiting out the get-up attack and still being able to whiff punish it. Bowser, of course, having the longest get-up attack that there is to offer, but as soon as you whiff it, you're just a sitting duck.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, I mean, with this insane performance that we've seen so far, even if you're not a GW fan, you've got to be a Rip Van Winkle fan because he has just been putting on quite the show. I mean, this is just entertaining to watch, to say the very least. I'm almost hoping Bowtie King wins here so we can get a third matchup between these two. This has been a masterclass on how to play that Wii Fit Trainer.
You know, just sort of Rip Van Winkle taking a little bit of time at this edge of the stage, trying to find their way back on with header, using projectiles. It means I love that fade back once again, but missing that dash grab is going to be so big. They keep trying to get back on aggressively. I'm telling you, they take advantage of Wii Fit's ledge roll right then and there. They try to go for it all twice, not able to find it either time. Had the right idea with going through that command grab, doesn't find it. That one does indeed take it.
And Bowtie King able to find that victory on Rip Van Winkle. That's going to take us again all the way to a Game 3 there. And I think that Game 3 is gonna secure us. I mean, we're really going to go down to the wire here on which one of these schools comes out on top of today's matchup.
For sure. Well, this is exactly what Bowtie King needs, just to put themselves back within the realm of durability, but they have to make up quite a bit of points. If they even want to be able to break even on this, they're going to have to win this upcoming game with a 2-stock lead. As soon as it comes back down to the last stock, that's going to mean a dub for GW. And if they get a 3-stock, that's going to be a dub for University of Tennessee. So we saw Bowtie King be able to make it back this game. Who knows? Maybe they'll be able to take the next one with an even bigger lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for that biggest lead. And, you know, Rip Van Winkle, definitely, things looked a little bit sloppier there. I think we saw Bowtie King able to take advantage, like you said, got Wii Fit kind of stuck off stage. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the score is going to be 11-11 now? And I think even a 1-stock lead is going to secure a victory.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. I completely forgot about the 2 points. You know, I completely forgot about the 2 points of winning a set. Yes, absolutely. So really, it's whoever takes this next game will be able to take it pretty guaranteed. There is no way that this can go into, an overtime finisher at all. Right now, Bowtie King struggling to find their way out of the ledge. Once again, this time connecting the header into the forwarder. Had the right idea, but did not give Bowser enough space to be able to punish that neutral air, but they definitely were anticipating it. They just need to slightly adjust their spacing on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see Bowtie King already at 131%, Rip Van Winkle only now to 36. The aggression coming out from this Wii Fit trainer. I mean, it's game one all over again. That's going to be an immediate stock loss. You guys are going to have to excuse the names on the bottom there for a moment. We're going to get them fixed, swapped over. Rip Van Winkle is still that Wii Fit trainer, and Bowtie King is still that Bowser player. But right now, I mean, Rip Van Winkle able to take such an aggressive lead early on.
Yeah, I have to say, wow, that was able to take a Rip Van Winkle, not letting, excuse me, Bowtie King not able to get, allow Rip Van Winkle to get much extra credit there at all. I have to say, I really like some of these jab mix-ups that Rip Van Winkle is going for on Bowser's shield. You know, really just sort of baiting out preemptive punishes and being able to punish those.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, I mean, it's going to be tied up in the blink of an eye. Rip Van Winkle takes such an aggressive lead, but then all of a sudden, Bowtie King able to bring it back in the blink of an eye there. We're going to see the aggression try to come out once again, but a down air is all it's going to take from Bowtie King to really secure this up. And Rip Van Winkle going to be caught on ledge again. This is where things really started to go poorly for them last time, so they're really going to have to try maybe a different approach here.
For sure. And right now, Rip Van Winkle fishing for that up air, not able to find it quite yet. Right now, trying to go just to sort of mix up the tempo a little bit, going for some more sun salutations and neutral. We haven't been really seeing too many of those all game, and Bowtie King is struggling to be able to deal with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be 110 to 112. I mean, it really doesn't get closer than 1% difference, but oh, Rip Van Winkle just barely underneath the edge of the stage. There are things that started off so strong for them, take it all the way to a game 3, and I mean, this won't only be a loss for Rip Van Winkle, but this will be a loss for
catch on the
GW as a whole.
That was so good. A lot of players, they do tend to sort of try to fall off of platforms on pressure, when pressured. You know, not too many people are too confident in their ability to drop down from ledge. And right there, that's going to be the up throw into the up air. Not able to find that quite yet. And they're just trying to find any way to get a strong lead for themselves. But Bowser, with one nail into back here, cleans it all the way up.
Yeah, like you said, that's going to be cleaned all the way up there, and it's going to be 76 to 71. Bowser can live quite a bit longer than Wii Fit Trainer there, just in terms of general survivability at high percentages. Rip Van Winkle now only 0.1% ahead of where Bowtie King is. It literally cannot get any closer than 0.1% other than a tie itself, and the slam might be all it takes, but
really
no!
Good last-minute DI to be able to take that. To be able to still hold onto that stock. Love the ledge mix-up. Bowtie King not ready at all for the sun salutation. Such an aggressive dash attack, but there it is.
That's
finally,
all it takes is the
call
forward air.
Excellent call out on the deep breathing to be able to close out that game. And honestly, what a way to take that out as well, because that is something that Bowtie has been trying to do since the very first game, since the very first talk. They saw that Rip Van Winkle was going through those offstage deep breathings. And wow, they got the kill off of it finally. You know, anything can become a habit, you know? Wii Fit is so vulnerable doing that. You have to either finish it up a little bit sooner, you know, bait your opponent going off stage and try to air dodge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we just saw Rip Van Winkle start off really, really strong, like a great performance in that game one, but when it came down to it, we saw just that unfortunate recovery there that lost them their second stock, and Bowtie King with a fantastic just forward air. That's all it took. It was able to find that elimination late in the game and secure that victory. Not only that victory, but a victory for the University of Tennessee as a whole. So really just a phenomenal job coming out all the way. Just a great job.
For sure. And with that being said, that means with the comeback, the University of Tennessee is going to be coming, is going to be taking it over GW with a 12-11 lead. So literally down to the last point, they're winning it just by 1 point. So honestly, quite the heartbreaker for the GW, considering that they definitely had the point lead as well.
Yeah, no, that was definitely an unfortunate loss there for GW, but we know they can very clearly take it all the way down to the wire, and at the end of the day, they can come out stronger than ever. GW doing a great job coming back to EGF. They put their names on the board, and they give us quite the interesting game. University of Tennessee, the underdogs, the newbies coming into this league as a whole, and they secure a very first victory here in their week at EGF. Really just a phenomenal job all the way around, doing a phenomenal performance from both of these schools. But University of Tennessee, I mean, clearly a name to look out for. They bring it down to the wire, and in what is one of their very first weeks, they secure a victory for them. So, I mean, that's just going to be phenomenal. Some schools, they've taken many more weeks to do that, and they really have not been able to do so. So, Tennessee coming in hot.
And with that being said, we might be getting an interview. Not too sure quite yet, but I guess in the meantime, we could just be running through all of our closing announcements, guys. Of course, you are watching EGF Collegiate Super Smash Bros. League. If you haven't followed already, you should be following EGF SSBU. You should also be following, this is the sister stream of official EGF. You should be following them as well on all of their social media. Then, of course, big shout outs to our fantastic, amazing stream producer, Dill from House of 3000. They're the premier tri-state broadcasting organization, presenting so many different events to you, bringing, really top of the line production value. So you can find them on Twitch, you can find them on Twitter, especially for the Wednesday weekly Xeno Wi-Fi. Then, if you do feel so inclined, you can be following my co-caster, Septilance, and then myself on our Twitters as well, where you can find that below. With that being said, it looks like we are actually going to be seeing an interview with Bowtie King.
Perfect.
So we ran through those announcements. Let's go ahead and drag him in here.
And this is your secondary posture check, everyone, because I just realized I'm slouching, and I'm sure a lot of you at home are slouching as well. So definitely sit up, and yeah, we got to get him in here, but it looks like he's not currently in the interview. Wait, oh, he's a little bit higher. All right, hold on. Let me see if I'm able. All right, it looks like we may have just gotten him in here. Oh, here we go. He's in the broadcast waiting. Let's drag him in here. He'll be here in 3, 2, 1. Bowtie King, hello. How are you, my friend?
Hi.
Hey,
Good.
so I mean, a phenomenal performance there. You not only secure a victory against the Wii Fit trainer, but you secure a victory for your school as a whole. I mean, how are you feeling?
Great. I was getting kind of nervous after the first game,
Sure.
and we had a lot of close sets that we ended up losing, and I really wanted to make up for it.
Yeah, no, you guys really, I mean, 12-11, it doesn't get any closer than a single point victory. You guys really did a phenomenal job. Do you feel like you changed anything up in those second and third games to secure those victories, or do you think you just maybe played a little bit better?
I've got a few refits in my region, and I found that they each have their own unique timing to when they soccer ball, when
Of
they're trying
course.
to stall, and I didn't quite catch on to that in the first game, but I picked up on the second and third.
Absolutely. Dora, do you have
And-
any questions for Bowtie?
Yeah, so absolutely. I just wanted to also really shout you out for finally calling out that that deep bleeding attempt. I saw you trying to do that for the majority of that set, and then where it really mattered most on that final stock, you were able to capitalize on that. So I just wanted to say that was solid, man. I mean, not much of a question, but it was solid. It was really good. It was a really good attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we end the interview here, because it is getting mighty late, just now hitting midnight on the East Coast where I am residing, but I want to ask, is there anybody on your team, is there any of your friends or family or anybody that you want to shout out right now? This is your time to do it. We'd love to hear it.
Oh yeah, I want to thank her for he wasn't on our team for CSL that we did last semester in the beginning of the semester, but he stepped up for this one because we had one of our players not be able to make this league, and he really pulled through tonight.
Yeah,
And then
absolutely.
everyone else, I was really happy with the performance tonight.
Yeah, of course. And I've got to know one more thing. How do you feel about how do you feel about joining EGF? Do you think you guys are really going to make a name for yourselves here? Are you guys excited to see where the season takes you? We're stoked to have you.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I've been looking at your website and your leagues, and I really like this format of not a typical crew battle, but
Yeah.
we're here to stay.
Absolutely. I mean, we're so glad to hear that. We absolutely love having you guys around. We love getting new schools. And everybody in chat, give University of Tennessee a round of applause for winning their first game here. And, I mean, if you guys love what you saw here, if you're just now joining from University of Tennessee, it's going to be Smash here on Tuesdays. It's going to be Rocket League on Wednesdays. It's going to be Overwatch on Thursdays. There's FIFA on Mondays. It's going to be all crazy all week long. But Bowtie King, thank you so much for joining us. Please extend our congratulations to your teammates as well. You guys really made a name for yourselves here today. And, I mean, a lot of folks are going to be looking out for you guys. So congratulations again.
Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
Good
And
night.
with that, folks, yeah, good night to you as well, my friend. And with that, folks, we are going to be able to finally call it an evening. Dara covered a lot of this already, so I'll make it quick. Shout out to Dill for hanging out with us silently in the background this whole time. Thank you so much to all you guys for watching. And it is, I mean, we couldn't do what we do without you guys. So please drop a follow on the channel, like Dara said, sister channel here. So drop a follow on that main channel. Follow official EGF on Twitter. Follow myself and my lovely co-caster on Twitter as well. We'd love it. We'd love to see you guys around more, and we'll see you guys next time. But for the time being, this is Septilance and Dara signing off. Have a good night, everybody.